Hello there and welcome to Life Beyond Seen, where curiosity gets cozy and science takes the scenic route to slumber. Tonight we're drifting into a world that is warm, damp and heavy with the kind of green silence that makes even your thoughts slow down. And in that silence, we're going to imagine something that sounds impossible at first, but becomes strangely believable the longer you sit with it. What if Titanoboa never truly went extinct? Titanoboa. Even the name sounds like it belongs to something too large to fit in your mind all at once. A snake longer than a bus, a body thick as a tree trunk, a creature that lived in ancient swamps when the world was hotter than it is now, and the forest was so dense that the ground barely knew what sunlight looked like. Officially it's extinct. Officially it's a fossil story. Officially it is something we only meet in museums, in documentaries, in the polite safety of the past. But what if that official story is only the surface story? What if Titanoboa did what so many creatures have done when the world changed around them? Not vanish, not die out completely, just retreat, just shrink its footprint, just move deeper into places we don't look very often and don't stay very long. And if you're already thinking, that can't be right, don't worry. That's the normal reaction. That's the brain trying to protect itself from imagining a snake that could wrap around a car like it was a warm loaf of bread. But the fun part of a question like this is that we don't have to believe it. We only have to follow it. Like a set of tracks in wet mud. Like a ripple in a dark river. Like a rumour that refuses to stop being told. So let me ask you something, just gently, before we wander any farther into the swamp. Where are you listening from tonight? Are you tucked into bed, lights low, phone dimmed, maybe letting the sound of this voice do the heavy lifting while your day finally loosens its grip? And what time is it for you right now? Is it late? Is it early? Are you stealing a quiet moment in the middle of everything? It feels fitting, doesn't it? A story about something that might still be out there, somewhere, while you sit in your own little corner of the world, safe and warm, listening. And if you find this kind of slow science story soothing, or if you like the idea of exploring strange questions without being jolted awake by loud music or dramatic shouting, I'd be grateful if you gave the video a like. Maybe subscribe if you want more gentle journeys like this one. It helps this little calm space reach more people who could use something quiet at the end of a long day. Now then, settle in, let your shoulders drop, let your jaw unclench. You don't have to solve anything tonight. You don't have to prove anything. You just have to listen. Because if Titanoboa never truly went extinct, then the world we think we know has been sharing space with something enormous for a very long time. And the first step is understanding what Titanoboa actually was, in real life, in real biology, before we let it slip into the present. Titanoboa lived around 60 million years ago, during a time called the Paleocene. That's after the dinosaurs had already disappeared. The world was still recovering from that mass extinction, but life does what it always does. It fills in the gaps, it adapts, it expands into whatever space is left behind. In that world, the tropics were hotter than today, not a little warmer, significantly warmer, and that matters, because snakes are cold-blooded. Their bodies depend on external heat. The warmer the environment, the easier it is for a snake to be large and still function. Titanoboa wasn't a dragon. It didn't breathe fire. It didn't have venom that could melt bones. It didn't need any of that. It had the one tool that works very well when you're a giant snake in a swamp full of large prey. Muscle, weight, patience. Scientists estimate Titanoboa could reach around 40 to 50 feet long and weigh over a ton. Some estimates vary, because fossils are never perfect. But the point remains, it was the largest snake we know of. It lived in what is now Colombia, in a region that was once a vast wetland system. Thick forests, slow rivers, muddy water, a place where a massive animal could move without being seen, because everything was already crowded with plants, shadows and drifting debris, and it likely hunted like modern boas and anacondas. That means ambush. It would wait. It would sense movement through vibrations. It would strike fast, clamp down, and then wrap its body around its prey, not to crush bones in a dramatic way like people imagine. The real mechanism is even more efficient. Constriction stops blood flow. The prey loses consciousness quickly. Then the snake swallows it whole, slowly, methodically, like a machine that doesn't rush because it has no reason to. So Titanoboa was real. Titanoboa was not a myth. We have vertebrae. We have fossils. We have evidence that it existed and that it was huge. The question is not whether Titanoboa existed. The question is whether the line truly ended. Extinction, when you look at it closely, is not always clean. It is not always a dramatic final moment where the last individual takes a final breath and the curtain falls. Sometimes extinction is slow, sometimes it is messy, sometimes a species fades into smaller pockets, sometimes it changes shape, changes behaviour, changes habitat, sometimes it survives in places that are hard to study. There are animals we thought were gone that turned up again. The coelacanth is the famous one, a fish believed extinct for millions of years, found alive in the 20th century. There are frogs, insects, even small mammals that disappear from records and then reappear when someone looks in the right place at the right time. Not because they came back from the dead, but because they never left. We just stopped seeing them. Now, Titanoboa is a much bigger ask. It is one thing for a deep-sea fish to hide. It is another thing for a snake the size of a bus to hide. But the world is bigger than our maps, and the places where Titanoboa once lived are not empty. Modern northern South America still contains vast wetlands. The Amazon basin is enormous. The Orinoco basin spreads across multiple countries. There are areas where the ground is water for months at a time. There are places where the forest canopy blocks satellite views. There are swamps that are difficult to enter without boats. There are rivers that change their channels. There are stretches of land where human density is low, and where the animals do not care what humans believe is possible. And if a Titanoboa-like snake survived, it would not survive by being obvious. It would survive by being boring, by staying hidden, by moving at night, by staying in deep water, by choosing prey that doesn't bring attention, by avoiding places where people gather. It would also survive by doing something that large predators often do, keeping its population small, a creature that big cannot exist in huge numbers. The environment would not support it. It would need a lot of food and a lot of space, so if it existed, it would be rare. Not one, not thousands, something in between. Enough to breed, but not enough to be seen often. And that rarity would create the perfect conditions for rumour. Because rare animals do not show up on demand. They show up in glimpses, a shape that doesn't fit, a wake in the water that seems too wide, a missing animal, a set of crushed reeds, a moment where the forest feels like it is holding its breath. This is how big hidden predators often exist in the human imagination. Not as daily sightings, but as stories people tell with a lowered voice. If Titanoboa survived, where would it live? It would need warmth. That's the first requirement. A giant snake needs a warm climate to keep its body functioning. If the environment is too cool, it becomes sluggish. It cannot digest properly. It cannot move fast enough to hunt. It cannot maintain muscle performance. So we can rule out cold regions. No mountains. No temperate forests. No deserts that get too cold at night. It would want a stable, warm environment, ideally with warm water and humid air. It would also need water. Not necessarily to live in it constantly, but water provides cover, mobility, and hunting opportunities. Modern anacondas use water this way. They can float with only their eyes and nostrils above the surface. They can move quietly. They can disappear instantly. A Titanoboa would likely do the same, but scaled up. It would use rivers like highways. It would use flooded forests like hunting grounds. It would rest in deep muddy pools where the water stays warm. It would also need prey, large prey. But here is the interesting part. It would not need to eat every day. Large snakes can go a long time between meals. After a big feeding, they can rest and digest for weeks. That means it could survive in an environment where food is available but not constant. What would it eat? In Titanoboa's time, the prey likely included large fish, crocodilians, turtles, and mammals. Today there are still large animals in the Amazon and surrounding wetlands: capybaras, deer, tapirs, caimans, large birds, big fish, even cattle near human settlements. If it wanted to avoid humans, it would likely prefer wild prey. But if it lived near the edges of human activity, it might occasionally take livestock. And that is where the story becomes more dangerous, because humans notice missing livestock. People can ignore a missing capybara. They cannot ignore a missing cow. So a surviving Titanoboa would have to balance hunger with secrecy. It would hunt where the forest is thick and the water is deep. It would take prey that disappears easily. It would avoid patterns. And that's the thing about intelligent survival, even without intelligence in the human sense. Evolution shapes behaviour. Predators that get caught die. Predators that stay hidden survive. Over time, the population becomes better at staying unseen. So imagine a Titanoboa that is not a reckless monster. Imagine a Titanoboa that is cautious. It moves when the rain is heavy, because rain covers sound. It travels at night, because darkness hides size. It avoids open banks. It stays under overhanging roots. It uses the same trails through the water, but only rarely. It chooses deep channels. It rests for long periods. It becomes a part of the swamp, not a visitor. Now think about the human side. If Titanoboa never truly went extinct, then humans have been sharing its habitat for centuries. Indigenous communities have lived in these regions for a very long time. They know the forest in a way that outsiders do not. They notice patterns. They notice when animals behave differently. They notice when something large moves through an area. Would they have stories? Almost certainly. But those stories would not sound like a museum label. They would sound like warnings, like advice, like a reminder not to camp near certain water, not to swim in certain channels, not to follow certain tracks. And if you ask people from outside those cultures, they might dismiss it. They might call it myth. They might call it exaggeration. They might call it folklore. But folklore often begins with something real, not always, but often enough that it is worth listening. Now, let's imagine the first modern encounters, not the ancient ones, not the ones passed down in stories. The first time someone with a camera, a notebook, a scientific mindset gets a hint that something too large might be moving through the wetlands. It would not start with a clear photograph. It never does. It would start with something slightly wrong. A boat travelling down a river sees a wake that looks like a moving log, but it changes direction too smoothly. A fisherman finds a patch of crushed vegetation along the bank, wider than any caiman trail. A hunter finds a carcass that looks constricted, with ribs bent inward in a way that suggests pressure from all sides. Someone hears a splash that sounds like a tree falling, but there is no tree. Someone sees a long, dark shape sliding into water, but the mind refuses to accept the length, so it files it away as an illusion. And then someone tells someone else, and that is how the idea spreads. Now, science is not built on rumours. Science needs evidence. But science is also built on curiosity. And curiosity starts with questions. If enough odd signs accumulate, someone might start to investigate seriously. They would look for tracks, but snakes don't leave tracks the way mammals do. In mud, a large snake can leave a smooth trough, but water washes it away quickly. They would look for shed skin. Large snakes shed, but in a wet environment, skin breaks down fast. It gets eaten by insects. It rots. It disappears. They would look for scat, but snakes don't leave large obvious scat piles like big cats. Their waste is often liquid and breaks down. They would look for prey remains, but in the Amazon, everything gets recycled quickly. Scavengers, insects, bacteria. A carcass does not last long. So how do you find something that doesn't want to be found? You use cameras, you use drones, you use thermal imaging, you use environmental DNA, which is one of the most interesting tools in modern ecology. Animals leave traces of DNA in water through skin cells, waste, mucus. You can collect water samples and detect what species have been there. If Titanoboa existed, it would leave DNA, unless it is so rare that you never sample the right place at the right time. So the search would be slow, frustrating, full of false leads, and the public reaction would be predictable. Some people would be thrilled, some would be terrified, some would laugh, some would make jokes about giant snakes eating tourists, some would insist it is impossible, some would insist it is definitely real and the government is hiding it. And somewhere in the middle, scientists would keep doing the boring work, collecting samples, setting traps, reviewing footage, walking through mud in heavy boots, sweating, swatting insects, trying to stay calm. Now, let's talk about the real biological challenge: heat. Titanoboa's size is linked to climate. A larger snake needs a warmer environment to maintain activity. That is one reason Titanoboa could exist in the Paleocene. The world was hotter. Today the tropics are still warm, but not as warm as then. So could a Titanoboa still reach the same size? Maybe not. This is where the idea gets interesting. Titanoboa might not be exactly Titanoboa anymore. It might be a descendant, slightly smaller, adapted to modern conditions. Still enormous, but not quite as extreme. Or it might live in microclimates that stay warmer. Deep swamps where water temperature stays high, monarchic with geothermal warmth, areas where thick vegetation traps heat. Also, climate change is warming parts of the world now. That is not a comfortable thought, but it is real. Warmer temperatures could make it easier for large reptiles to thrive. That means a surviving lineage could potentially grow larger again. So the never truly went extinct idea could mean two things. Either it survived continuously in small numbers, or it survived in a reduced form and is now expanding. Now imagine the ecological impact. A giant constrictor is not just a bigger snake, it changes the entire food web. If Titanoboa takes large prey, it reduces the population of those prey. That affects plants, because prey animals eat plants. It affects other predators, because they compete for the same prey. It affects scavengers, because leftovers appear in different patterns. Even the behaviour of animals changes when a new predator is present. They avoid certain areas, they change migration routes, they become more alert, they gather in different places. The swamp becomes a place with a different kind of pressure. And if humans are nearby, they would notice indirectly. They might see fewer capybaras in one region, they might see caimans avoiding certain channels. They might hear fewer frogs in a place that suddenly feels wrong. Because ecosystems are not silent when they change, they shift in ways that can be felt. Now, let's bring humans closer. Modern life pushes into wild places. Roads cut through forests. Farms expand. Logging opens canopy. Boats travel deeper. People fish more. Tourists show up with cameras. If Titanoboa existed, this would create collisions. Not necessarily dramatic battles, more like accidental meetings. A snake resting near a bank gets disturbed by a boat. It slips into the water. Someone sees it. The story spreads. A snake takes a cow. The farmer finds drag marks. The farmer calls neighbours. People go looking. They find nothing. But now they are afraid. A snake gets tangled in human trash. Fishing nets, ropes, plastic. It struggles. It might die. Or it might break free and carry the evidence with it. And then, eventually, someone gets proof. Not a blurry photo. Not a rumour. Something undeniable. A clear video. A body found dead. A captured juvenile. A DNA sample that matches a lineage we did not know existed. What happens then? At first, chaos, news headlines, social media panic, jokes, conspiracy theories, fear, excitement. Then governments get involved, wildlife agencies, conservation groups, scientists. Because if Titanoboa exists, it becomes one of the most important living animals on Earth. Not because it is scary, but because it is a surviving link to a deep past, a living piece of evolutionary history. It would also be dangerous, yes. A giant predator is not a pet. It is not a mascot. It is not something you put in a zoo easily. So the response would have to be careful. Protect the animal, protect people, protect the habitat. And this is where the story becomes complicated, because humans are not always good at sharing space with predators. We kill what we fear. We remove what inconveniences us. We hunt what threatens our animals. So if Titanoboa were confirmed, it would face a new kind of extinction. Not from climate, but from attention. The moment something hidden becomes famous, it becomes vulnerable. People would go looking, some for science, some for thrill, some for money, some to kill it, some to capture it, some to prove something, and the wetlands, already under pressure, would become even more pressured. So the survival of Titanoboa would depend on something strange. Not its strength, not its size, not its ability to kill prey. It would depend on our restraint. Now let's slow down again, because I don't want this to feel like a loud action story. This is still life beyond seen. This is still meant to be gentle, so picture it quietly. A warm river at night. The air is thick. Insects hum. The water is dark. A floating mat of plants drifts slowly downstream. Under that mat, a body moves. Not fast, not dramatic, just steady. The water bulges slightly. A long curve passes beneath the surface. Nothing splashes. Nothing announces itself. A heron stands on one leg, watching the water. It doesn't know what it's seeing. It only knows something is there. A caiman floats near the bank. It stays still. Then it slowly turns away and slips into a narrow channel, choosing a different path. And far away in a small village, a dog lifts its head and whines softly for no clear reason. If Titanoboa never truly went extinct, this is how it would exist. Not as a monster in the spotlight, but as a heavy presence that rarely shows itself. It would be part of the night. It would be part of the water. It would be part of the reason certain places feel empty, even when they look full of life. And now, with that picture sitting quietly in your mind, we can move forward into what Titanoboa really was in its own time, and why the ancient swamps that created it might still have echoes in the swamps we have today. Because once you understand the world it came from, it becomes easier to imagine how something like it could slip through history without leaving a neat ending behind. Alright, let's meet it properly, not as a movie monster, not as a jump scare, not as a loud, snarling thing crashing through trees like it's trying to make sure everyone knows it exists. A real animal does not behave like that. A real animal, especially a predator, survives by not being noticed until it is too late. So when we talk about Titanoboa, the first thing to do is lower the volume in your mind. Bring it down from the dramatic soundtrack and into something quieter, something heavier, something slow. Because Titanoboa, if it lived the way modern giant snakes live, would have been a creature of patience, a creature of stillness, a creature that could lie in warm, dark water and become almost indistinguishable from the world around it. Titanoboa was not a dinosaur. That's a common misunderstanding. It lived after the dinosaurs were already gone. The asteroid impact that ended the age of non-avian dinosaurs happened about 66 million years ago. Titanoboa lived roughly 60 million years ago, in the Paleocene epoch, which is part of the early Cenozoic era. So if you're picturing a jungle full of Tyrannosaurus rex and Titanoboa wrestling in the mud, you can let that image drift away. Titanoboa lived in a world that was rebuilding. The dinosaurs had dominated for a very long time. When they vanished, it left a huge opening in ecosystems across the planet. Life does not like empty space. If there is food and room, something will move in. In the Paleocene, mammals were still relatively small compared to what would come later, but they were diversifying quickly. Birds were spreading into new roles. Crocodilians and other reptiles were still doing very well. And in the tropics, where warmth supports fast growth and dense ecosystems, the stage was set for something large to thrive. That stage for Titanoboa was a swampy rainforest environment in what is now northern South America, particularly the region of modern-day Colombia. The most famous fossil site linked to Titanoboa is the Cerrillon Formation, a coal mine area where scientists found fossilised vertebrae. That detail is important because coal forms from ancient plant material that accumulated in wet environments. In other words, the very rock layer where Titanoboa was found is like a stamp that says, this place was once lush, wet, and full of plant life. Titanoboa did not live in a dry savanna. It did not live in open plains. It lived in a place that would have felt like a warm, humid greenhouse. The air would have been thick, the ground would have been soft, the water would have been everywhere, pooling and winding and flooding and retreating with the seasons. If you stepped into it, you would not get that crisp forest smell. You would get wet earth, decaying leaves, and the heavy sweetness of plant life breaking down. This kind of environment matters because snakes are not like mammals. Snakes do not produce their own body heat the way we do. They depend on external heat. That's why you see modern snakes basking in the sun or resting on warm rocks. Their bodies are shaped by temperature. Their digestion, their muscle performance, their speed, their ability to function at all, depends on warmth. And this is one of the key reasons Titanoboa could become so large. A giant snake is not just a bigger version of a small snake. Size creates problems. The bigger an animal gets, the more energy it needs to move, the more oxygen it needs, the more food it needs, and the harder it becomes to regulate body functions. For a cold-blooded animal, a cooler environment would make those problems worse. If the environment is too cool, a giant snake becomes slow and ineffective. It cannot hunt well. It cannot digest well. It becomes vulnerable. But the Paleocene tropics were warmer than the tropics today. Not by a tiny margin. They were significantly warmer. Scientists used different methods to estimate ancient temperatures, including fossil plants, isotopes, and comparisons to modern ecosystems. And while the exact numbers can vary, the general conclusion is consistent. The equatorial regions were hot, humid, and stable. That warmth is like fuel for a cold-blooded giant. So Titanoboa was not just big because it wanted to be big. It was big because the world allowed it. Now, what did Titanoboa actually look like? We do not have a complete skeleton laid out like a museum dinosaur display. We have many vertebrae, and from those vertebrae scientists can estimate the overall size of the animal. Snakes have a lot of vertebrae, and the shape and size of those bones give clues about the length and thickness of the body. Titanoboa's vertebrae were enormous, not large snake, enormous. Something is wrong with this scale, enormous. The best estimates suggest Titanoboa could reach around 40 to 50 feet long. Its weight may have been over a ton. Its body could have been around 3 feet thick at its widest point. That thickness is hard for the human brain to picture, because most of us have never seen a snake that is truly thick. Even a large python in a zoo might be thick like a strong person's thigh. Titanoboa would be thick like a barrel, thick like a small tree trunk, thick like something that makes you step backward without thinking. But length and thickness are not the whole story. The way a snake carries that size matters too. A snake does not stand tall. It does not walk on legs. It does not have a rigid frame. It is a moving muscle. It is a body that can curve and coil and compress. It can fit into spaces you would not expect. It can wrap around things. It can pull itself through water with almost no sound. So a Titanoboa in its natural environment would not necessarily look like a giant obvious rope stretched out in the open. It would look like a thick, dark, slowly moving section of the swamp itself, and it would not need to move much. Large snakes are built for efficiency. They do not chase prey the way wolves do. They do not sprint after animals the way big cats do. They wait. They position themselves where prey will come. They use stealth and timing. If Titanoboa hunted like modern boas and anacondas, then it was an ambush predator. It would choose places where animals naturally pass. Water edges, shallow crossings, narrow channels. Places where prey is forced to slow down or where visibility is poor. It would lie still, With most of its body hidden in water or under vegetation, its eyes and nostrils might be near the surface. Its muscles would be ready, but not tense. A snake can remain in this waiting mode for a long time, and then, when prey came close enough, the movement would be fast. This is another thing people often misunderstand about snakes. They think a snake's speed is slow because the snake looks slow when it's just moving around. But a strike is different. A strike is a sudden burst. Even large snakes can strike quickly over a short distance. Titanoboa would likely have had a powerful bite, not venomous. Titanoboa was a boa-like snake, meaning it would have killed by constriction. But to constrict something, you still need to grab it first. You need to anchor yourself. You need to hold on. A bite from a massive snake is not like a little nip. It is a clamp, a grip, a set of curved teeth designed to hold prey and prevent it from pulling away. Snakes do not chew, they do not slice meat. Their teeth are for gripping, and then the body does the rest. Once Titanoboa had a hold, it would wrap around the prey. Constriction is often described as crushing. People imagine bones snapping. Sometimes bones can break, yes, especially in smaller animals. But the main mechanism is actually more precise and faster. Constriction stops blood flow. When the snake tightens its coils, it increases pressure around the prey's body. This can prevent blood from reaching the brain. The prey loses consciousness quickly. Death follows soon after. It is not dramatic. It is efficient. Then comes the swallowing. And this is where snakes become almost unbelievable to watch. Because the whole process seems like it should be impossible. A snake's jaw is not fused like ours. The bones can move independently. Ligaments stretch. The mouth opens wide. The snake walks its jaws over the prey, pulling it inward. A Titanoboa swallowing something large would be a slow process. It would not happen in seconds. It would take time. The snake would be vulnerable during that period, but a creature of that size has fewer predators to worry about. The main threat would be other large crocodilians, perhaps, or competition from other giant predators. But even then, a Titanoboa would be a difficult animal to challenge. After feeding, the snake would rest. Large snakes spend much of their lives resting. Digestion is a heavy process for them. Their metabolism ramps up. Their body temperature may rise slightly. Their organs work hard to break down the meal. In a warm environment, digestion becomes easier. In a cooler environment, digestion slows and can become dangerous. That again brings us back to the Paleocene heat. Titanoboa was built for a world where warmth was reliable. So what else lived alongside it? Because a predator does not exist in isolation. It is shaped by the community around it. The Cherillon Formation suggests a tropical rainforest with large rivers and wetlands. There were large crocodilians, there were turtles, there were fish, there were early mammals, there were birds, there were insects and plants in huge variety. It is possible Titanoboa ate crocodilians, or at least smaller ones. That idea makes people sit up a little straighter, because crocodiles feel like the ultimate swamp predator. But in the ancient world, there were crocodilian relatives of different sizes and shapes, and a massive snake could absolutely prey on them if the opportunity was right. It likely also ate large fish. In fact, some scientists have suggested Titanoboa may have been more aquatic than we imagine, perhaps even specialising in fish. That would make sense in a wetland environment. A huge body in water has buoyancy. The snake would not have to support its full weight on land. It could move more easily. It could ambush fish and other aquatic animals. If Titanoboa was an aquatic hunter, that changes the way you picture it. Not a snake slithering across dry ground, but a snake moving through dark water like a living current. Now, let's talk about the way it would have felt to share that environment with it. If you were a small mammal living near the swamp edge, Titanoboa would not be a constant visible threat. It would be a background risk, a pressure, a reason to be careful near water, a reason to listen for certain sounds. Predators shape prey behaviour. Even if the prey never sees the predator, the possibility changes everything. Animals learn which places are safe. They learn which places smell wrong. They learn which paths are risky. In modern ecosystems, you can see this with wolves and deer, or sharks and seals. The presence of a predator changes where prey go, how long they stay, how they feed. Titanoboa would have done the same. It would have made the swamp edges feel dangerous, and it would have made other predators adjust too. The giant snake is not just a predator, it is competition. If you are a crocodilian, you might have to avoid areas where the snake hunts. If you are another large predator, you might have to shift your hunting times or locations. If you are a scavenger, you might follow the snake's feeding patterns, hoping for leftovers. So Titanoboa would have been woven into the ecosystem like a heavy thread. Now, one thing people often want to know is, how could something get that big? Size in animals is influenced by many factors, but for Titanoboa, the simplest explanation is a combination of warm climate, abundant food, and evolutionary opportunity. Warm climate supports larger cold-blooded animals. Abundant food supports large predators. Evolutionary opportunity exists when niches open up. When dinosaurs disappeared, certain predator roles became available. Mammalian predators were not yet dominating in the same way they would later. Reptiles still held strong positions in many ecosystems, so a giant snake could rise into that role. And once a lineage starts trending larger, there can be benefits. A larger snake can take larger prey. It can defend itself better. It can dominate hunting grounds. It can survive longer without eating. But there are limits. There are always limits. Even in a warm world, a snake cannot grow endlessly. It must still move. It must still reproduce. It must still find enough food. Titanoboa likely sat near the upper limit of what was possible for a snake in that environment. Which brings us to the key point for our bigger question. If Titanoboa was tied to a warmer world, what happened when the world changed? Because the Paleocene did not last forever. Over millions of years, climates shifted, temperatures changed, habitats changed, the forests changed, the wetlands changed, the animals changed, and somewhere along the line Titanoboa disappeared from the fossil record. But disappearing from the fossil record is not the same as vanishing completely. Fossilization is rare. Most animals die and leave nothing behind that lasts millions of years. For a species to appear in the fossil record at all is already a lucky accident repeated enough times to form a pattern. So Titanoboa's absence later does not prove it went extinct at a specific moment. It suggests it became less common, or moved into environments that did not preserve fossils well, or evolved into forms we have not recognized. That is how the door stays slightly open. Now, if we're imagining Titanoboa never truly went extinct, we need to imagine a pathway. Not a magical pathway, a biological one. One possibility is that Titanoboa's descendants became smaller as temperatures cooled slightly. They may have remained large, but not as enormous. Over time they could have blended into what we now recognize as large boas and anacondas. Another possibility is that Titanoboa's lineage stayed in very warm pockets of habitat, refuges where conditions remained suitable. In ecology, refuges are areas where a species can survive while conditions elsewhere become unfavourable. This happens with plants and animals during ice ages, droughts, and habitat changes. A swampy refuge could support a lineage longer than expected. A third possibility is that Titanoboa's lineage became more aquatic and more secretive, reducing encounters with changing land environments. And if you combine all of that with the simple fact that large remote wetlands exist today, you can start to see how a large snake lineage could persist without being confirmed. Not easily, not commonly, but possibly. And that is what makes this topic so satisfying to explore. It is not pure fantasy. It sits in that space between what we know and what we have not proven yet. Now, before we move forward, let's correct a few mental images that people tend to carry. Titanoboa would not roar. Snakes do not roar. They can hiss. They can exhale sharply. A giant snake could make a loud, breathy sound, but it would not sound like a lion. Titanoboa would not chase people across open ground. A snake that big would avoid wasting energy. It would avoid injury. It would prefer ambush. Titanoboa would not be constantly hungry. Large snakes can go long periods between meals. Hunger would come in cycles, not as constant aggression. Titanoboa would not be evil. It would be an animal. It would do what animals do: eat, rest, reproduce, avoid danger. And Titanoboa would not be easy to spot, even if it was huge, because size does not guarantee visibility in a dense environment. If you have ever lost a large object in a cluttered room, you already understand this. A swamp is a cluttered room on a massive scale. Plants, shadows, water, mud, floating debris, tree roots, reeds, darkness, rain. Everything hides everything. A Titanoboa could lie still and be missed. Now, imagine you're in a small boat, drifting down a river in the Amazon basin. It is late afternoon. The air is heavy. The water is brown with silt. The banks are crowded with greenery. You see logs floating. You see ripples. You see leaves falling. Somewhere near the bank, a shape is present that looks like a log, but the curve is too smooth. The surface is too uniform. The position is too deliberate. Your eyes slide over it. Your brain labels it wood and moves on. That is how it survives. Not by being invisible, but by being misidentified. This is a real phenomenon in wildlife observation. People miss animals all the time because the brain simplifies what it sees. It looks for the most likely explanation. It filters out what seems impossible. If Titanoboa existed in modern times, it would benefit from that filter. Now, this brings us to the deeper reason Titanoboa feels so haunting in the imagination. It represents a kind of ancient scale that modern life has mostly removed from daily experience. We live in a world where the largest animals are often in controlled spaces, zoos, documentaries, carefully framed footage. We do not often encounter true wild giants in our day-to-day lives. Titanoboa reminds us that the Earth has produced animals that do not fit comfortably into our sense of normal, and it also reminds us that extinction is not always as final as we want it to be. Because we like clean endings, we like knowing something is gone, it helps us sleep, but nature does not always give us clean endings. Sometimes it gives us gaps, sometimes it gives us hints, sometimes it gives us a creature that disappears from the record but never leaves the world entirely. And with Titanoboa, the setting makes it even more believable. Swamps are not open plains. They are not deserts. They are not easy to survey. Swamps are the kind of place where something large can exist quietly. So now that we've met Titanoboa as a real animal in a real world, the next step is to ask the question that matters most for our story. If Titanoboa did not truly go extinct, what would survival actually look like across millions of years? Not just physically, but behaviourally. Not just it lived, but how it stayed hidden, how it avoided collapse, how it passed through time like a shadow underwater. Because once we understand the mechanics of staying alive unseen, the idea stops being a simple what if, and starts feeling like a trail you can follow, one slow, careful step at a time. Alright, let's take the next step, not with a big leap, not with a dramatic claim. Just a careful walk into the part of the question that makes people squint and say, okay, but how? Because even if you accept that Titanoboa was real, and even if you accept that the world has hidden animals before, there's still a big, heavy problem sitting right in the middle of the swamp like a stone. Millions of years is a long time. Not a long time in the way a workday feels long. Not a long time in the way a winter feels long. A long time in the way mountains rise and erode. A long time in the way oceans change their shape. A long time in the way species appear, spread, shrink, and disappear. So if Titanoboa never truly went extinct, it didn't just survive a bad decade. It survived shifts in climate, shifts in habitat, shifts in prey, shifts in competition, and eventually the arrival of humans with boats and fire and tools and roads and noise. That kind of survival would not be loud. It would not be a story of dominance. It would be a story of retreat, patience, and not being noticed. And when you think about it that way, the whole idea becomes less like a monster story and more like a long, slow strategy. The first thing to understand is that survival does not require being common. It requires being continuous. A species can survive with small populations if those populations remain stable enough to reproduce and avoid collapsing. In fact, some species do better when they are rare, because they avoid competition and they avoid being targeted. Now, rarity comes with risks. If a population is too small, it can suffer from inbreeding, genetic bottlenecks, disease, and random disasters. A flood, a drought, a sudden habitat change. Any one event can wipe out a small isolated group. So for a Titanoboa lineage to persist, it would need two things. First, a place large enough to support it over time. Second, enough separation between groups to avoid one disaster ending everything. And when you look at North and South America, especially the Amazon and surrounding river systems, you find something that fits that requirement better than almost anywhere else on Earth. Scale. The Amazon basin is not one swamp. It is a huge network of rivers, tributaries, flooded forests, wetlands, lakes, and hidden channels that change with seasons and years. The environment is not static. Water moves. Forests flood and drain. Riverbanks collapse and rebuild. New islands form. Old channels become dead ends. It is a living maze. That kind of maze can hide many things, not just one animal, but entire populations of animals that humans rarely see. So the first part of quiet survival is geography. Not one perfect hiding spot, but a whole system that is difficult to fully map and patrol. Now let's talk about what Titanoboa would have had to do when the world cooled compared to the Paleocene. Because it did cool. Over long spans, the Earth's climate shifted. There were warm periods and cooler periods. Not ice age cold in the tropics, but enough change to matter for a giant cold-blooded animal. A huge snake cannot simply decide to stay active in cooler conditions. Its body will slow down. Digestion will slow down. Hunting will become harder. Reproduction might suffer. So if Titanoboa's lineage persisted, it likely did one of two things, or a combination of both. It either adapted by becoming smaller, or it adapted by changing its behaviour and habitat use to remain functional. Becoming smaller is not a defeat in evolution. It is a normal response. Size is not a goal. Size is a tool. If the tool becomes too expensive to maintain, natural selection favours individuals that are a bit smaller, more efficient, easier to keep warm, easier to feed. Over thousands and millions of years, those small shifts add up. So one possible quiet survival story is this. Titanoboa did not remain a 50-foot snake the whole time. It gradually shrank as conditions changed, becoming something closer to the largest modern snakes, but still perhaps larger than what we officially recognise. It might have become a giant relative of anacondas. It might have become a lineage that looks like a boa but carries unusual traits. It might have become something that scientists would categorise differently if they ever found a living specimen. That kind of survival is invisible because it doesn't preserve the headline feature. People want Titanoboa to be exactly Titanoboa, but nature rarely keeps things exactly the same. It edits, it adjusts, it compromises. Now, behaviour and habitat use are just as important. Even if the snake became smaller, it would still need warmth, so it would seek microclimates that stay warm. This is something animals do constantly. We think of climate as a big regional average, but animals live in specific places. A shaded hollow under roots, a deep pool that holds heat, a muddy bank warmed by sun, a dense area where humidity stays high. In the Amazon, you can have temperature differences over short distances. Water can be warmer or cooler depending on depth, flow, shade, and season. A snake that knows its environment will choose the right spots. A giant snake lineage could survive by staying closer to water and deeper in it, where temperatures are more stable. Water buffers temperature swings. It changes more slowly than air. That means a big aquatic or semi-aquatic snake could maintain function better than a land-based one in slightly cooler conditions. So in a quiet survival scenario, Titanoboa's descendants become more tied to water, not because they want to be mysterious, but because water is practical. Water supports their weight, water hides their movement, water stays warm, water brings prey. Now let's talk about the second problem, food. A giant predator needs prey. If prey changes, the predator must change too, or it dies. Over millions of years, prey communities shifted. Mammals grew larger, different species appeared and vanished, crocodilians changed, fish communities changed, the entire menu evolved. So a Titanoboa lineage could not be picky, it would need flexibility. Modern large snakes are flexible hunters. Anacondas eat fish, birds, mammals, reptiles. Pythons eat whatever they can, overpower and swallow. They do not specialize too narrowly, because specialization is risky. So the quiet survival of Titanoboa would likely depend on being an opportunist. It would take what the swamp offers. It would take what is available and easy enough to catch without injury. Injury is a huge deal for snakes. A mammal predator can take a scratch and keep going. A snake that takes a deep wound might die. Infection, damage to muscles, reduced movement, reduced ability to hunt. So a giant snake lineage would favour low-risk prey. That means ambushing animals at water edges, where the prey is unstable. That means taking young animals when possible. That means targeting prey that cannot fight effectively. And because snakes can go a long time without eating, they can afford to wait for the right opportunity rather than taking unnecessary risks. That waiting is another key to staying hidden. A lion hunts frequently. A wolf pack hunts frequently. They leave signs, they make noise, they are visible. A large snake can hunt less often. A huge meal might sustain it for weeks, so even if a Titanoboa descendant existed, it would not be constantly moving, constantly feeding, constantly leaving evidence. It would be present in the ecosystem, but in a low-frequency way. And low-frequency predators are hard to detect. Now we reach the third problem, reproduction. To survive for millions of years, a lineage must reproduce successfully across changing conditions. That includes finding mates, producing young, and ensuring enough of those young survive. Large snakes reproduce slowly compared to small animals. They do not have constant rapid breeding like rodents. They invest more in each reproduction event. Some snakes lay eggs, some give live birth. Boas and anacondas generally give live birth. Titanoboa's exact reproductive mode is not directly known, but if it was boa-like, live birth is plausible. Live birth has advantages in a wet environment. Eggs are vulnerable to flooding, predators, and temperature swings. Carrying the young internally provides protection and stability. If Titanoboa's descendants were live-bearing, that would help them survive in flooded forests. Now imagine the life cycle. A female giant snake gives birth to a litter of young. The young are already large compared to many animals, but still vulnerable. They must avoid predators, birds, crocodilians, larger snakes, mammals. Most will die. That is normal. Nature does not guarantee survival. It produces many and lets the environment select. The few that survive grow slowly, feeding on smaller prey, staying hidden, learning the environment through instinct and experience. As they grow, their vulnerability decreases, their prey options increase, their territory expands. Eventually, a small number reach breeding size. And because they are rare, mating becomes a challenge. They need to find each other. How would they do that? Modern snakes use chemical signals, pheromones, scent trails. They can detect these signals with their tongues, sampling the air and ground, delivering molecules to a sensory organ in the mouth called the Jacobson's organ. A giant snake lineage would likely rely on the same system. During breeding season, males would follow the scent trails of females. They might travel long distances through waterways and forest corridors. They might gather in certain areas where females are present. This could create rare moments of increased activity, and those moments could produce sightings. not constant sightings, just occasional reports. And that is how a rare animal stays rare but still reproduces. Now, let's add another factor that helps a big snake stay hidden for a very long time. The environment erases evidence. In a dry place, footprints can last. Bones can sit for years. Scat can dry out and remain visible. In a tropical wetland, everything is recycled quickly. Heat and humidity speed decomposition. Insects arrive fast. Scavengers are everywhere. Bacteria and fungi break down organic matter rapidly. Water washes things away. If a giant snake kills an animal, the remains may disappear quickly. If a giant snake dies, the body may be eaten quickly. If a giant snake sheds skin, it may break down quickly. So even if Titanoboa's descendants existed, physical evidence would not sit around waiting for humans to find it. It would vanish into the ecosystem like everything else. That is a major reason why tropical environments can hide large animals. It's not just that the forest is dense, it's that the forest is fast. It consumes. Now we should talk about the human problem. Because humans change everything. Humans do not just hunt. They build, they clear land, they make noise, they travel in groups, they create roads, they bring light at night, they fish heavily, they alter water systems. If Titanoboa's descendants survived into human times, they would have had to adapt to a new kind of threat. Not a predator exactly, something worse, a species that changes the landscape. So how would a giant snake survive alongside humans? By avoiding them. This sounds obvious, but avoidance is a skill. Animals that survive near humans are often the ones that learn human patterns. They learn when humans are active. They learn where humans go. They learn which places are dangerous. In the Amazon and surrounding regions, humans tend to cluster near rivers, because rivers are transportation routes. That means the edges of waterways can be busy, but not all waterways. There are countless tributaries and backwaters. There are flooded forests far from villages. There are remote areas where human presence is rare. A giant snake lineage could survive by shifting its core habitat away from high-traffic rivers and toward quieter zones. It could still use major rivers to travel occasionally, but it would not stay there. It would not rest near settlements. It would not hunt near villages unless desperate. And if it did take livestock, it would do so rarely, because repeated livestock losses lead to human retaliation. So in the quiet survival scenario, the snake learns the boundaries. It becomes a specialist in being absent. Now you might wonder, how can an animal learn like that over generations? There are two answers. One is individual learning. Animals can learn from experience. If an animal encounters humans and gets injured or threatened, it may avoid similar situations in the future. The second is natural selection. Animals that are more cautious survive and reproduce. Animals that are bolder get killed. Over time, the population becomes more cautious. So a surviving Titanoboa lineage would become less visible over centuries. It would become harder to find. Now, this is the point where people usually say, but wouldn't we have found it by now? That question assumes that humans are looking everywhere equally. We are not. Even today, large areas of tropical forest and wetland remain undersurveyed. Scientists do fieldwork, yes, but fieldwork is limited by funding, safety, access, and time. Many surveys focus on specific species, specific areas, specific projects. A giant snake that avoids people could slip between those efforts. Also, consider how sightings work. If someone sees something unbelievable, they often do not report it in a way that becomes official. They might fear ridicule. They might doubt their own eyes. They might tell only friends. They might describe it as a huge snake, which gets filed under exaggeration. And if they do report it, without a body or a clear photograph, it remains a story. A story can be true and still not become evidence. Now let's imagine what a quiet survival timeline might look like, step by step, without needing to invent anything supernatural. The Paleocene ends. The climate shifts gradually. Titanoboa's environment changes. The population shrinks. The largest individuals become less common. Smaller, more efficient individuals survive better. Over thousands of generations, the lineage becomes somewhat smaller, perhaps closer to modern anaconda scale, but still larger than typical. The lineage becomes more aquatic because water provides stability and warmth. The lineage becomes more cautious because large size makes it vulnerable to injury and because humans eventually appear. The lineage spreads across connected wetlands, not as one massive population, but as small pockets linked by waterways. Those pockets sometimes die out, others persist. The overall lineage survives, not in a continuous unbroken presence in one location, but as a shifting patchwork. This is how many species survive long term, not as a single stable group, but as a network of populations. Now, here is another factor that makes quiet survival more plausible. Snakes do not need to be seen to exist. That sounds simple, but it matters. Many animals make their presence obvious. Birds sing. Mammals leave tracks. Predators leave kills. Herd animals graze in open. A snake can exist as a hidden pressure. It can be present in the ecosystem without announcing itself. It can live in water and move under the surface. It can rest under vegetation. It can travel at night. It can stay still for long periods. So if you were a person living near such a habitat, you might only know it exists through indirect signs. Animals avoiding certain areas, unexplained disappearances, strange trails through reeds, a wake that seems too wide, a heavy splash at night, a moment of silence where the forest seems to pause. That is how a large secretive predator becomes part of local knowledge without becoming part of global knowledge. Now, we should talk about the difference between never went extinct and never truly went extinct. Those are not the same. Never went extinct suggests the same animal survived unchanged, like a living fossil walking straight out of the Paleocene into the present. Never truly went extinct suggests something more subtle. A lineage survived. A genetic thread continued. The creature may have changed in size, behaviour and appearance, but the core identity remained. So if someone today saw a massive snake in the Amazon and called it Titanoboa, they might not be correct in the strict scientific sense. It might not be Titanoboa. It might be Titanoboa's descendant, but from the human perspective, it would feel like the same thing. A giant snake that should not exist. Now, let's take a quiet moment and picture what hiding really looks like for a creature like this. It is late evening in a flooded forest. The water is calm. The trees rise out of the water like pillars. Leaves hang low. The air is humid and warm. A large snake rests in the water near a tangle of roots. Most of its body is submerged. Its head is angled slightly upward, nostrils just above the surface. It does not move, because movement is not needed. Small fish flicker near the surface. Insects skim the water. A frog calls. A bird settles into a branch. The snake is not thinking in words. It is simply waiting. Hours pass. A capybara family moves toward the water edge to drink. They are careful, but they are also tired. The day has been long. The heat has been heavy. One capybara steps closer than the others. It lowers its head. The snake strikes, not with drama, not with a splash that sends water flying like a movie, a sudden forward motion, a bite, a coil. The capybara struggles briefly, then goes still. The other capybaras flee, splashing, crashing through vegetation. The snake holds, tightens, then relaxes. It begins to swallow. This takes time. During this time, the forest continues. Insects hum. Water ripples. The world does not stop. Eventually, the snake finishes and retreats into deeper water to digest, and then it will not need to hunt again for a long while. Now imagine a human passing through the next day. They might see disturbed plants near the water. They might see a few scattered hares. They might notice fewer capybaras, but they will not see the snake, and that is the quiet survival. Not hiding like a secret agent, hiding like a swamp itself. Now, We can add one more element that helps this survival feel possible: misidentification. Even if someone sees it, they might not recognize what they saw. A large snake in water can look like a log. A curve of body can look like a fallen branch. A wake can look like a drifting plant mat. A brief glimpse can be dismissed as a trick of light. The human brain is built to simplify. It is built to choose the most likely explanation. This is usually helpful. It keeps us from panicking every time we see a shadow, but it also means that truly rare animals can be seen and still not be registered. And if someone does register it, they might not have proof. They might not have a camera ready. They might not want to get closer. They might be alone. They might be afraid. So the sighting becomes a story. Now, over time, stories collect. A fisherman says he saw something huge cross a channel at night. A hunter says he found a crushed caiman. A boatman says the water rose beside his canoe like something moved under it. A villager says their dog vanished near the river. A child says they saw a river snake bigger than anything else. Some of these stories are exaggerations, some are mistakes, some are myths. But in a world where a rare animal exists, a small number could be true, and that is enough to keep the idea alive. Now, to keep this grounded, we should also acknowledge the limits. A truly massive snake would leave some impact. It would take prey. It would influence ecosystems. It might occasionally be seen. So the quiet survival story works best if the population is very small, and if the animals are cautious, and if their size is large but not absurdly large. That means something like this. Not 50 feet on average, but perhaps 25 to 35 feet with rare, larger individuals. Still enormous, still beyond what most people would believe, but more plausible in modern climate conditions, and if such an animal existed, it would not be spread everywhere. It would be concentrated in certain remote zones where conditions are best. That also fits the way hidden animals often exist. They are not evenly distributed. They have hotspots. Now, with all of that in mind, we can move into the next part of the story naturally. Because once you accept that quiet survival is possible in principle, the next question becomes practical. If something like this exists today, where exactly would it live? What kind of modern habitat could support it? Which places have the warmth, water, prey, and isolation needed for a giant snake to keep breathing, feeding, and slipping through the world without becoming a headline? Because the map of its survival would not be drawn in ink, but in rivers, flooded forests, and the long, patient logic of staying unseen. All right, let's imagine the world that could still fit it. Not the whole planet, of course. Not every jungle, not every river, not every place where people have ever seen a snake and felt their stomach drop for a second. Titanoboa, or something close to it, would need very specific conditions. It would need a place that doesn't just allow a giant snake to exist for a short time, but allows it to exist quietly, consistently, and without being pushed into the open. And the moment you start listing those conditions, you begin to realize something slightly unsettling. There are still places on Earth that match them. Not perfectly, maybe. Not with the exact same heat as 60 million years ago. Not with the same animals. Not with the same ancient swamp chemistry. But close enough that the idea stops feeling like a fantasy and starts feeling like a geographic question. So what does a giant snake need? Warmth is the first requirement. A large, cold-blooded animal cannot function well in a cold environment. It becomes slow. Its muscles lose performance. Its digestion becomes inefficient. If it cannot digest, it cannot grow. And if it cannot grow, it cannot maintain its size. It might survive, but it would be weaker and less capable of hunting. Over time, that becomes a death sentence. So we need a region that stays warm most of the year, including at night. Humidity matters too, not because a snake needs humidity like a plant needs water, but because humidity is part of what makes tropical ecosystems stable. High humidity supports dense vegetation, and dense vegetation supports prey, and prey supports predators. Humidity also reduces the risk of dehydration and supports a wet environment where water remains available even in dry periods. Then there's water itself. A giant snake does not have to be aquatic, but water makes everything easier. Water supports weight. Water provides cover. Water hides movement. Water provides hunting opportunities. Water is also a highway through dense forest. A huge animal moving on land would leave more evidence. A huge animal moving through water can leave almost nothing behind. So we want a place with extensive waterways, swamps, flooded forests and slow-moving rivers. Then we need prey, enough prey and the right kind of prey. A giant snake needs large meals. It does not need to eat constantly, but it needs to eat enough over time to maintain its mass and reproduce. That means a healthy ecosystem with large animals. Not just insects and birds, but mammals, reptiles, fish, things with real body weight. Then we need cover, a place where a large animal can exist without being constantly visible. This is not just about hiding from humans, it's about being able to hunt effectively. Ambush predators need concealment. They need vegetation, murky water, shadowed banks, floating plant mats, thick root systems. And finally, we need space and low human density. A giant predator can survive near humans, but not if humans are everywhere. The more people there are, the more boats, roads, cameras, hunting pressure, and habitat destruction. So the ideal environment is not just wild, but hard to access. When you put all of this together, one region stands out so clearly that it almost feels like the obvious answer: the Amazon basin. But we shouldn't treat the Amazon like one uniform place, because it isn't. The Amazon is not a single jungle. It's a massive system. It includes different types of forest, different river systems, different seasonal flood patterns, different climates, different levels of human activity. So if Titanoboa lived today, it would not live in the Amazon in a general sense. It would live in certain parts of it, the parts that best match its needs. One of the best candidates would be flooded forests, often called Vasia and Igapo forests. These are forests that flood seasonally or permanently, depending on the region. When water rises, the forest becomes a maze of trunks and branches rising out of dark water. Travel becomes slow, visibility becomes limited, sound changes, everything becomes softer, heavier, quieter. Flooded forests are perfect for a large snake. A snake can move through them without exposing its full body. It can rest beneath the surface. It can hunt animals that come to feed, drink, or travel through the water. And flooded forests are also difficult for humans. You cannot simply walk through them. You need a boat or you need to wade. It's tiring. It's dangerous. It's full of insects and hidden hazards. The very features that make it ideal for a giant snake make it inconvenient for regular human travel. Another strong candidate would be remote wetlands in the Orinoco Basin. The Orinoco River system, stretching through Venezuela and Colombia, includes large floodplains and seasonal wetlands. During wet seasons, water spreads out over huge areas, creating temporary lakes and channels. During dry seasons, water retreats and concentrates into deeper pools. This seasonal pulse creates a natural rhythm for animals. Prey gathers in certain places. Predators follow. A large snake could use this cycle to its advantage, hunting when prey is concentrated, then retreating when conditions shift. There's also the Pantanal, which is farther south, mostly in Brazil but extending into Bolivia and Paraguay. The Pantanal is one of the largest tropical wetland areas in the world. It is famous for its wildlife. It has caimans, capybaras, jaguars, birds, fish. It is warm. It is wet. It is full of prey. But the Pantanal also has a higher level of human activity in many areas: ranching, tourism, boat traffic. That doesn't make it impossible, but it makes it riskier for a secretive giant snake. If a Titanoboa-like animal lived there, it would likely stick to the most remote sections, away from the main tourist routes and ranch lands. It would also have to deal with more frequent human encounters. So the Amazon and Orinoco systems feel more suitable for long-term hidden survival. simply because of scale and remoteness. Now, let's zoom in further, because even within those massive systems, a giant snake would have preferences. It would likely avoid fast-moving rivers. Fast currents are difficult for a snake to fight, especially a large one. Strong currents also reduce ambush opportunities. Prey moves quickly. Water is clearer or more turbulent. It's harder to remain still. Instead, it would prefer slow-moving waters, backwaters, oxbow lakes, side channels, swamps, places where water is calm enough for a snake to float and wait. Oxbow lakes are especially interesting. These form when a river changes course and leaves behind a curved section of its old channel, creating a lake that is connected to the river system but calmer. These lakes can be rich with fish and wildlife. They can be surrounded by dense vegetation. They can be difficult to access. They are also the kind of place where something large could live for years without being seen by anyone who isn't specifically looking for it. Now think about water clarity. Many Amazon waters are not clear. They are dark, muddy, full of sediment or tannins from decaying plant material. This is sometimes described as black water, though there are different water types in the Amazon. The point is that visibility is often poor. Poor visibility is a gift to a large snake. A creature that might be obvious in clear water becomes nearly invisible in dark water. Even if you are only a few meters away, you might not see it. You might only see the effect it has on the water. A ripple, a bulge, a wake. And if the snake is not moving, you might see nothing at all. Now, let's consider temperature. A giant snake would benefit from warm water. In shallow wetlands, water can warm quickly under sunlight. In deeper channels, water stays more stable. So the best habitat might be a mix. Shallow warm areas for basking and digestion. Deeper areas for hiding and travelling. This is similar to how modern reptiles use their environments. They move between microhabitats to regulate body temperature. A large snake might spend part of the day in warm, shallow water near vegetation, then retreat into deeper water when it wants to be less exposed. Now, we should also think about shelter. Snakes need places to rest where they feel secure. For a giant snake, that might include submerged root systems, hollow banks, dense mats of floating plants, or deep, muddy depressions. In tropical wetlands, floating vegetation mats can be thick. They can support weight. They can cover large areas. Under them, water is darker, cooler, quieter. A snake could rest beneath them with only minimal exposure. This would be an excellent hiding strategy. From above, you would see plants. From below, you would see shadow. Now, let's talk about prey distribution, because prey is what anchors a predator to a place. A giant snake would not live in a region where large prey is scarce. It might pass through, but it would not settle. So where do large prey animals gather in tropical wetlands? They gather near water edges. They gather at crossings. They gather where vegetation is rich. They gather where fish are abundant. They gather in places that provide safety from other predators. Capybaras are a good example. They are semi-aquatic and often stay near water. They are large enough to feed a big snake. They move in groups. They come to the same areas repeatedly. Caimans are another. They are common in many wetland regions. They are themselves predators, but they can also become prey if the snake is large enough. A Titanoboa-like snake could potentially take smaller caimans, especially in ambush situations. Tapirs, deer, and other mammals also use water edges. They come to drink. They cross rivers. They move through flooded forests. Birds can be prey too, especially large water birds, though a giant snake would likely focus on heavier prey for better energy return. Large fish could also be important, especially if the snake is highly aquatic. The Amazon has massive fish species. Some are heavy enough to provide a substantial meal. Fish are also easier to swallow in some ways because they are streamlined and slippery, though they can be difficult to catch if they are fast. But in shallow waters, fish can be trapped. During dry seasons, fish gather in shrinking pools. Predators take advantage, so a giant snake might have a seasonal feeding strategy. During certain times of year, it focuses on fish. During others, it focuses on mammals and reptiles. That kind of flexibility helps long-term survival. Now, we should consider one more important factor: competition. If Titanoboa existed today, it would not be alone in the predator world. The Amazon has jaguars, it has caimans, it has large constrictor snakes already, it has piranhas and other predators in the water. So where would a Titanoboa-like snake fit? It would likely occupy a niche that overlaps with anacondas, but at a larger scale. It would be a super ambush predator. It would take prey that is too large for most other predators to handle easily. A jaguar is powerful, but it is limited by what it can physically carry and kill without injury. Jaguars can kill caimans and large mammals, but they risk injury. A giant snake uses constriction, which can be safer in some contexts because it can subdue prey without needing to wrestle it in the same way. A caiman is powerful, but it is limited by size and by its own vulnerability when it is on land or in shallow water. So a giant snake could dominate certain environments, especially those with thick cover and calm water. But domination is not the same as being common. It could be a rare apex predator, with a territory large enough to avoid constant overlap with others. Now, the next question is one that matters for hiding. How large would its territory be? A big predator needs space. If the environment is rich, it can have a smaller territory. If prey is spread out, it needs a larger one. In the Amazon, prey can be abundant, but it is also spread across huge areas. Flooding changes where prey is available. Seasons change movement patterns. So a Titanoboa-like snake might have a territory that shifts seasonally. It might not stay in one exact location year-round. It might follow flood cycles. It might travel along waterways. This movement would help it avoid being detected too often in one place. If it stays too long near a human route, someone might eventually see it. If it moves, sightings remain scattered and hard to confirm. Now think about the places humans actually go. Most people, even scientists, travel along major rivers. They use boats. They go to known research stations. They visit areas with established access. There are enormous stretches of wetlands that are rarely visited because they are inconvenient. Too shallow for boats, too flooded for walking, too dense for easy travel, too far from supply points. These are exactly the places a giant snake would prefer, not because it is plotting, but because those places have fewer disturbances. So the world that still fits it is not a secret island or a lost valley. It is the messy, inconvenient middle of real ecosystems, the parts that humans avoid because they are uncomfortable. Now let's address the question of modern detection, because we have satellites, we have drones, we have cameras, we have technology. Surely we would see something. Satellites can see large objects, yes, but not under dense canopy. They can see open water surfaces, but they cannot see beneath the surface. They can detect changes, but they cannot identify a single animal unless it is exposed and obvious. Drones can fly lower, but they still struggle under canopy. They can survey open water edges, but a snake can stay under vegetation or underwater. Cameras require placement. You have to guess where the animal will pass. You have to set up equipment. In a wetland, equipment gets damaged. Humidity ruins electronics. Animals knock things over. Flooding moves everything. Thermal imaging can help, but reptiles are not warm like mammals. A snake's body temperature is close to the environment. It may not stand out strongly on thermal cameras, especially in warm, humid conditions. Environmental DNA is promising, but it depends on sampling the right water at the right time. In huge river systems, a rare animal's DNA could be diluted quickly. So technology helps, but it does not guarantee discovery. Now we should also consider the possibility that if a Titanoboa-like lineage exists, it might be concentrated in border regions, remote areas where multiple countries meet, and where access is limited by politics, terrain, and logistics. There are places in the Amazon basin where travel is restricted or difficult. There are regions with little infrastructure. There are areas where researchers need permits, guides, security, and support. This does not mean those areas are mystical. It means they are undersampled, and undersampled areas are where rare animals survive longest without being documented. Now there is another candidate environment that people sometimes forget. Deep swamp forests that are not famous, not tourist-friendly, and not easy to navigate. The kind of place that doesn't have a name most people recognise. A Titanoboa-like animal would not care about famous places. It would care about conditions. So it could live in a patchwork of suitable habitats across northern South America, not in one iconic location. That would also explain why it has not been confirmed. People expect a single hotspot. But nature often works as networks. Now, let's imagine what it would look like if you were actually near one of these habitats. You're on a river at dawn. Mist rises from the water. The forest is loud with birds. The light is soft, filtered through leaves. The river bends. The current slows. You enter a side channel. The water becomes darker. The banks close in. Vegetation hangs low. The air becomes even more humid. You see floating plants. You see a few logs. You see ripples from fish. Everything looks normal, but the normal is exactly the camouflage. Because in this kind of environment, a Titanoboa-like snake does not need to hide behind a rock. It hides behind the fact that everything looks like everything else. Logs look like snakes. Snakes look like logs. Shadows look like depth. Depth looks like shadow. You could pass within 10 meters of something enormous and never know it. And if you did know it, you might not want to know it for long. Now, one more piece matters for the world that fits it. Human expansion is changing habitats. Some areas are being cleared, some wetlands are being drained, some rivers are being polluted, some forests are being fragmented. This is bad for most wildlife, but it can create strange effects. In some cases, habitat loss forces animals into smaller areas, increasing encounters with humans. That can lead to sightings. In other cases, animals retreat deeper into remaining habitat, becoming harder to find. So if a Titanoboa-like lineage exists, modern changes could either expose it or push it further away, and that sets up an interesting tension. The more we change the world, the more we might accidentally reveal what was hidden, not because we searched better, but because we left it fewer places to go. Now we can carry this into the next part smoothly, because once we know where it would live, we can ask the next practical question. If it lives there, what does it eat now? Not in the ancient world, not in the fossil record. In the modern world, with modern animals, modern rivers, modern competition, and modern human edges creeping closer every year, what kind of prey could actually support a giant snake today? And how would its hunting habits change when the menu includes everything from caimans and capybaras to livestock that comes with human attention attached? Alright, let's talk about food. Not in a sensational way, not in the way that turns every animal into a horror story, just in the calm, practical way nature handles it. Because if Titanoboa, or something close to it, survived into the modern world, then the question of what it eats is not a side detail. It's the central question. Food is what decides whether a large predator can exist at all. Food determines its size, its territory, its behaviour, and how often it risks being seen. A giant snake is not fueled by fear. It is fueled by calories, and a snake that big would not waste energy. It would not take unnecessary risks. It would not attack everything that moves. It would behave like a living calculation, not in a conscious way, but in the quiet logic of survival, shaped by millions of years of natural selection. So what would it eat now? The first thing to remember is that large snakes do not eat frequently. They eat in big, spaced-out events. A large meal can last them a long time. This matters because it means a Titanoboa-like snake would not need a constant stream of prey. It would need a reliable ecosystem where big meals are possible, even if they happen only occasionally. Modern anacondas already show us the general pattern. They eat fish, birds, capybaras, deer, caimans, and sometimes livestock. They are opportunistic. They do not limit themselves to one prey type. They take what they can overpower and swallow. A Titanoboa-like snake would be the same, but scaled up. Now, in the modern wetlands of South America, the prey options are actually quite impressive. There are large mammals, large reptiles, large fish, and plenty of animals that spend time near water. That last part is important. A giant snake would likely hunt near water because water is where it has the most advantage. On land, a snake has to drag its full weight. In water, it is supported. In water, it can approach prey with less noise. In water, it can disappear instantly. So the menu starts at the water's edge. Let's begin with caimans. Caimans are the smaller cousins of crocodiles, and they are widespread in the Amazon and surrounding regions. Some species can grow quite large and they are strong predators. They are armoured. They have powerful jaws. They are not easy prey for most animals, but they are not invincible. A large constrictor snake can take a caiman, especially if it ambushes it in shallow water or at the edge of vegetation. The key is to avoid the jaws. A caiman's bite is dangerous, but it is also directional. It bites forward. A snake that strikes from the side, clamps down and coils quickly can reduce the caiman's ability to twist and bite effectively. Modern anacondas have been documented taking caimans. It happens. It is not common because it is risky, but it is possible. Now scale that up. A Titanoboa-like snake could take larger caimans more reliably. It would still be cautious, because caution keeps predators alive, but its size would give it options. Caimans would likely become a major part of its diet, not because they are easy, but because they are available and large enough to be worth the effort. Also, caimans spend time in the same environments the snake prefers. Slow rivers, swamps, flooded forests, oxbow lakes. They are in the right place. Now let's talk about capybaras. Capybaras are the largest rodents in the world. They are semi-aquatic. They live in groups. They graze near water. They swim well. They are common in many wetland regions, especially places like the Pantanal, but also in other parts of South America. A capybara is basically a perfect prey item for a large snake, not because it is helpless. Capybaras are alert and social, and they can escape into water, but because they are large enough to provide a big energy return, and because they spend time near water edges where a snake can ambush them. A Titanoboa-like snake could take adult capybaras. It could also take juveniles more easily. It could target individuals that stray too far from the group or that come to drink at night. If you imagine a giant snake living in modern wetlands, capybaras would probably be one of its main food sources. Now consider deer and other medium to large mammals. In the Amazon and surrounding regions, there are deer species and other mammals that use forest edges and water sources. There are also tapirs. Tapirs are large, heavy, strong. They are not easy prey for most predators. Jaguars can take tapirs, but it is a serious hunt. A giant snake could potentially take a tapir, but it would be a high-risk target. The problem with very large mammals is that they can fight back. They can thrash. They can injure the snake. They can escape and leave the snake wounded. So a Titanoboa-like snake would likely take these animals opportunistically, not as a regular choice. It would choose moments where the prey is vulnerable, such as when it is in water, stuck in mud, or distracted. Now, wild pigs. In many ecosystems, pigs are a common prey item for predators because they are abundant and they move in ways that bring them into risky situations. In parts of South America, there are peccaries, which are pig-like mammals that travel in groups. They can be aggressive, and they can fight back. A large snake could take a peccary, especially an individual separated from the group. But again, risk matters. A group of peccaries could injure a snake if they attack together, so the snake would likely avoid the group and target isolated individuals or young ones. Now let's go into the water again, because the water menu is bigger than people think. Large fish. The Amazon has some massive fish species. Our pima, for example, can grow very large and heavy. There are also catfish species that reach impressive sizes. Fish are abundant in many wetlands and rivers. A giant snake that is highly aquatic could rely heavily on fish, especially during certain seasons. Fish are less risky than mammals in some ways. They do not kick and claw, they do not bite in the same way, though some fish can injure predators with spines or teeth. But generally, fish are easier to subdue once caught. The challenge is catching them. A snake does not have the speed of a dolphin. It cannot chase fish in open water. But in shallow water, in flooded forests, in narrowing channels, fish can be trapped. During dry seasons, fish concentrate into smaller pools. That makes them easier to catch. So a Titanoboa-like snake could use seasonal changes as part of its feeding strategy. In wet seasons, it hunts mammals and reptiles near flooded forest edges. In dry seasons, it hunts concentrated fish in shrinking pools. That kind of seasonal shift would be very efficient. Now, turtles. Large turtles exist in these ecosystems. Some are heavy and armoured. A snake can take a turtle, but it is not an easy meal. The shell is a problem. Swallowing a turtle is difficult. It can also be risky if the turtle's shape causes injury during swallowing, so turtles might be occasional prey, but not preferred. Now, birds. Large water birds could be prey, especially if they rest near water at night. But birds are not very heavy compared to mammals of similar size. They provide less energy. A giant snake would not likely rely on birds as main food unless other prey is scarce. However, birds could be a convenient meal for a younger or smaller individual. Now, all of this sounds like a wild menu, and it is, but there is one prey category that changes everything. Livestock, cattle. Because cattle are large. Cattle are slow compared to wild animals. Cattle often graze near water. Cattle are predictable. And cattle come with humans. This is where the story becomes less comfortable, because the moment a giant predator starts eating livestock, it creates a pattern that humans notice. Humans tolerate many things in the wild. They do not tolerate losing expensive animals. So if a Titanoboa-like snake exists today, it would face a temptation. A cow is a huge meal. It could feed a giant snake for a long time. It could provide energy for growth and reproduction. It is, in pure calories, an incredible prize. But it is also a signal flare. A missing cow is not a mystery that gets ignored. It is a problem that gets investigated. So would the snake eat cattle. It might, but not often. It would likely happen in border zones where wild habitat meets ranch land. Places where cattle graze near wetlands. Places where fences are weak. Places where cattle wander into flooded areas. Places where calves are born near water. A giant snake would be most likely to take calves rather than full-grown bulls. A calf is easier to swallow. A calf is easier to overpower. A calf is less likely to injure the snake. And if a calf disappears, the rancher might blame jaguars or caimans. They might not immediately suspect a snake, especially a snake that should not exist. So cattle predation could happen occasionally, quietly, without immediate confirmation. But if it happened repeatedly, humans would respond. They would hunt, they would set traps, they would patrol, they would shoot anything large that moves near water. So the snake's long-term survival would depend on not making cattle a habit. This is where we can imagine the snake behaving in a way that feels almost strategic, even though it is simply survival. It hunts wild prey most of the time. It takes livestock only when conditions force it, or when the opportunity is unusually safe. It avoids returning to the same ranch area repeatedly. It keeps its presence scattered. Now, let's talk about the mechanics of eating something very large, because it is not just about catching it. A snake must swallow its prey whole. That means prey size is limited by the snake's mouth, jaw flexibility and body capacity. A Titanoboa-like snake could swallow larger prey than modern anacondas, but it would still have limits. If it swallowed something too large, it might be unable to move effectively. It might become vulnerable. It might overheat. It might struggle to digest. So even if it could take a full-grown cow in theory, it might avoid doing so in practice because the risk after feeding would be too high. A giant snake after a huge meal becomes slow. It becomes heavy. It becomes less able to escape danger. In a world with humans, that is dangerous. So the prey choices would not just be about what it can kill, but what it can safely eat and then survive afterward. Now consider another modern factor. Boats. In many wetland regions, people travel by boat. A snake that has just eaten a massive meal might be resting in shallow water. It might be unable to move quickly. A boat could approach. People could see it. People could attack it. So a Titanoboa-like snake would likely feed in places where it can retreat quickly afterward. Deep water, hidden channels, dense vegetation. It might drag prey into cover before swallowing the way some predators do. It might choose feeding sites that are hard to reach. This would reduce the chance of being seen. Now, there's another prey type that people rarely think about, but it matters. Other large snakes. In nature, snakes sometimes eat other snakes. It happens. It is not the main diet for most species, but it can occur. A Titanoboa-like snake might occasionally eat smaller constrictors, especially if competition is intense. But this would be rare, because it is not energy efficient compared to eating a large mammal. Now, what about humans? This is always the question people jump to, and it is understandable, but it is not the most likely scenario. Large snakes can attack humans. It is possible, but it is rare. Humans are not typical prey. We are bipedal, unpredictable, and often in groups. We also fight back in ways that animals do not expect, with tools and weapons. A giant snake would likely avoid humans most of the time, because humans are dangerous. However, accidents could happen. A person swimming in a remote channel at dusk, a person camping too close to water, a person stepping into a flooded forest alone, a person surprising a snake at close range. In such cases, an attack could occur, not necessarily because the snake sees humans as food, but because the snake reacts defensively or opportunistically. But regular human predation would not be a good strategy for the snake, because it would bring too much attention. So in a quiet survival scenario, humans are not the main food source. They are the main threat. Now let's bring this back to the ecosystem. If a Titanoboa-like snake exists and feeds on caimans, capybaras, deer, and occasional livestock, what happens? The ecosystem shifts. Caimans might become more cautious in certain areas. Capybaras might avoid certain banks. Prey animals might cluster differently. Jaguars might compete or adjust their hunting zones. This ripple effect could create patterns that experienced local people might notice. Even if they never see the snake, they might notice fewer caiman in a certain lake. They might notice unusual carcasses. They might notice trails through vegetation that are too wide. They might notice that certain animals avoid a channel that looks perfectly normal. And this is where the feeding question becomes a clue question. Because if you wanted to find such a snake, you wouldn't just look for the snake. You would look for its influence. You would look for prey population dips. You would look for unusual kill patterns. You would look for repeated disappearances near certain habitats. You would look for places where the ecosystem behaves as if something large is present. Now, imagine a researcher in a small boat, not hunting, not chasing, just observing. They travel through a series of oxbow lakes and flooded channels, taking notes, setting camera traps, collecting water samples for environmental DNA. In one area, they notice something odd. The capybaras are present, but they keep their distance from a certain bank. The caimans are fewer than expected. Fish jump in the water, but not near the centre, near the edges. There is a wide trail through floating plants that looks like something heavy moved through. They take water samples, they set cameras, they return later. They find a camera knocked over, not broken by a jaguar, not chewed by rodents, just pushed, as if something heavy brushed past. They find more trails. They find a half-eaten caiman, missing in a way that suggests swallowing rather than tearing. None of this proves anything on its own. But it builds a picture of a predator that eats big, eats rarely, and leaves little behind. And that is exactly the kind of predator a Titanoboa-like animal would be. Now the next part flows naturally, because once you understand what it eats, you understand what it does to the world around it. A predator that large doesn't just take meals, it changes the balance. It shifts who thrives and who retreats. It changes where animals gather, where they breed, where they travel, and how safe the water feels at night. So from here, the next thing to explore is the ripple effect. What happens to a modern ecosystem when a super predator is present, even quietly? How the swamp reorganizes itself around a creature that doesn't need to announce its power, because its power is already written into the way everything else behaves. Alright, now we get to the part that doesn't involve teeth or size or the simple thrill of imagining something enormous sliding through dark water. We get to the part that is quieter, but more important, because if a Titanoboa-like snake exists today, it wouldn't just be a rare animal hiding in a remote swamp. It would be a pressure on everything around it. It would be a living influence. It would shape the behaviour of other animals in ways that ripple outward, like a heavy body moving through still water. And that ripple effect is often how nature tells you something is there, even when you can't see it. Ecosystems are not just collections of animals. They are relationships. They are patterns. They are balances that shift whenever one piece changes. If you remove a predator, prey populations can rise. Vegetation can be eaten down. Smaller predators can multiply. Disease can spread. If you add a predator, prey populations can drop. Behaviour changes. Feeding zones shift. Everything adjusts. This is why ecologists pay so much attention to apex predators. An apex predator doesn't just eat, it organises. Wolves do this in some places. Sharks do this. Big cats do this. Even humans do this, though we usually do it by accident and with much less elegance. So if you drop a super predator into a modern wetland ecosystem, even if it is rare and quiet, it would reshape the system around it. Not overnight, not dramatically, but steadily, like gravity. And Titanoboa, by sheer size and hunting style, would be exactly the kind of predator that creates strong ripples. Let's start with the most direct effect: prey numbers. If a Titanoboa-like snake eats large prey, then those prey animals face a new source of mortality. That alone can reduce their population, especially if the prey species has slow reproduction. But the bigger impact often isn't just the number of animals eaten. It's the way prey changes its behaviour to avoid being eaten. This is sometimes called the ecology of fear. It's not about animals being emotionally afraid in the human sense. It's about risk-shaping decisions. If a prey animal knows that a certain area is dangerous, it spends less time there. It feeds differently. It moves differently. It chooses different routes. It changes where it rests and where it raises young. And those choices matter. Imagine a capybara group living near a river system. Capybaras like water. They rely on it for escape. They graze near it. They cool off in it. They socialise near it. Now add a giant ambush predator that hunts at the water's edge. Suddenly water is no longer purely safety. It is also danger. Capybaras might still stay near water because they need it, but they might change which banks they use. They might avoid narrow channels with dense vegetation. They might graze more in open areas where visibility is better. They might shift their feeding times to daylight when they can see more. This seems like a small change, but it can cascade. If capybaras avoid certain banks, the vegetation in those areas grows more. That changes the plant community. That changes insects. That changes bird nesting sites. That changes the structure of the habitat. A predator can shape plants without ever eating a plant, simply by making herbivores behave differently. Now think about deer and tapirs. These animals come to water to drink. They often use regular paths. They often return to familiar spots. A large snake that ambushes at those spots would make those paths dangerous. Over time, prey might use different water access points. They might drink less often. They might move in tighter groups. They might choose shallower areas where they can see the bottom. Those shifts can change where animals concentrate, and concentration affects everything from disease transmission to competition. Now let's talk about caimans, because caimans are not just prey, they are predators too. A Titanoboa-like snake taking caimans would reduce caiman numbers in certain areas. That would affect fish populations because caimans eat fish. It would affect bird populations because caimans sometimes take birds. It would affect smaller reptiles. But there's another layer. Caimans themselves would change behaviour if a larger predator exists. Modern crocodilians are cautious. They avoid unnecessary fights. They prefer safety. If they sense a threat, they move away. If a giant snake is present in certain waters, caimans might avoid those waters. They might shift to different pools. They might use different basking sites. They might hunt in different times of day. This could create zones where caimans are unusually scarce, even if the habitat looks perfect for them. That scarcity could be a clue to something bigger. Now think about jaguars. Jaguars are apex predators in many parts of South America. They hunt capybaras, caimans, deer, tapirs. They are powerful and adaptable. They also rely on stealth and ambush, often near water. If a Titanoboa-like snake exists, it becomes both a competitor and potentially a threat. A jaguar could kill a large snake in some cases. Jaguars have strong jaws and can bite through skulls. They are known to kill anacondas occasionally, but a Titanoboa-like snake would be much larger than an anaconda. It would be a dangerous opponent, so jaguars would likely avoid direct conflict with it. Predators rarely fight unless they must. Injury is costly. Even a small injury can mean starvation. So jaguars might shift their hunting zones away from areas where the giant snake is active. They might avoid certain channels. They might hunt more on land and less in flooded forest. They might change prey choices, taking smaller animals rather than competing for the same big prey. This shift could have secondary effects. If jaguars hunt fewer caimans in one area, caiman numbers might rise there, unless the snake is also hunting them. If jaguars shift to smaller prey, those prey populations might decrease. So the ecosystem becomes a moving puzzle, with each predator adjusting to the presence of the other. Now let's consider smaller predators. In many ecosystems, when a top predator is removed, smaller predators increase. This is called mesopredator release. For example, if wolves are removed, coyotes can increase. If large sharks decline, smaller sharks and rays can increase. If Titanoboa-like snakes exist, they could suppress some mid-level predators by competing with them or preying on them. That could change the balance. Large snakes might eat smaller snakes. They might take young caimans. They might take certain mammals that smaller predators also rely on. This could reduce pressure on some prey species, allowing them to increase. So the ripple effect is not always simple. It can create winners and losers in unexpected ways. Now let's talk about the physical environment, because a large animal changes the landscape just by moving. A Titanoboa-like snake moving through a flooded forest would create trails through floating vegetation. It would crush reeds. It would bend plants. It would leave smooth channels through thick mats. In a calm swamp, those trails might persist for a while. They might be used by other animals. Fish might follow them. Smaller creatures might use them as pathways. So the snake could indirectly create movement corridors in the water. On land, if it moved along muddy banks, it could leave large, smooth grooves. But those grooves would not last long in a wet environment. Rain and water would erase them quickly. Still, in certain conditions, those marks could remain long enough for someone to notice. A fisherman might see a wide, disturbed strip along a bank and wonder what caused it. A researcher might see repeated trails in the same region and suspect something large is using that area. Now, consider nutrient cycling. This sounds boring, but it matters. When a large predator eats, it concentrates nutrients. It takes a prey animal from one place and digests it in another. It excretes waste that fertilizes certain zones. It may leave remains that scavengers consume. In aquatic systems, this can influence nutrient distribution. It can affect algae growth, plant growth, and the health of certain microhabitats. A rare predator doesn't transform the entire basin. But in its local territory, it could create subtle nutrient patterns. Now, scavengers. If Titanoboa-like snakes exist, they would create feeding events. Sometimes the snake might abandon a meal if disturbed. Sometimes it might leave parts behind. Sometimes prey might die in water and float or wash up. Scavengers would respond. Vultures, fish, insects, smaller carnivores. They would learn that certain areas occasionally provide large food sources. This could influence where scavengers gather. A person might notice vultures circling over a swamp edge and find a carcass with unusual signs. Not torn apart like a jaguar kill, not gnawed like a caiman kill, but missing in a way that suggests swallowing or with constriction marks. Those signs could be rare, but they would be distinctive. Now let's slow down and think about the feel of an ecosystem with a super predator. You can often sense predator presence without seeing it. In places with many predators, prey animals are more alert. They move differently. They are quieter. They pause often. They stay closer to cover. They choose open sight lines. They avoid certain spots. In a swamp with a Titanoboa-like predator, there might be areas that feel strangely empty. Not because there is no life, but because life avoids that zone at certain times. A quiet bank, a channel with fewer animals, a stretch of water where fish do not jump as much, a place where birds are less willing to land. This is not mystical, it is behavioural ecology. Now, imagine a scientist doing a wildlife survey. They set up cameras in multiple locations. They count animal activity. They record tracks, calls, sightings. In most areas, the pattern is normal. Caimans present, capybaras present, birds active. But in one zone, activity is oddly low. It's not empty, but it is reduced. Animals appear, then leave quickly. Certain species are absent. The scientist might suspect hunting pressure, or human disturbance, or disease. But if those explanations don't fit, the scientist might consider predator presence. Now, this brings us to one of the most important ripple effects of all, the way the ecosystem hides the predator. A super predator can create its own invisibility by shaping prey behaviour. If prey avoids certain areas, those areas become quieter. If those areas are quieter, humans pass through them less. If humans pass through them less, the predator is seen less. It becomes a feedback loop. The predator creates risk. Risk reduces activity. Reduced activity reduces human interest. Reduced human interest increases predator secrecy. This is one reason why some dangerous animals remain hard to observe. Their presence makes the environment feel less inviting. Now, let's consider how this would affect human communities nearby. People who live near wetlands often rely on fishing, hunting, and travel by boat. They know the behaviour of animals. They know where to find fish. They know where caimans bask. They know where capybaras graze. If a super predator changes those patterns, people notice. They might notice fewer fish in certain pools because caiman numbers changed, or because prey behaviour shifted. They might notice that animals avoid certain areas. They might notice unusual disappearances. This could lead to local stories, warnings, avoidance zones. Not everyone would describe it as a giant snake. Some might just say, don't go there at night, or that channel is bad, or something big lives there. Those kinds of warnings can persist for generations, even if no one has direct proof. They become part of how people navigate the environment safely. Now, another ripple effect involves breeding and nesting behaviour. Many animals choose breeding sites based on safety. Birds choose nesting trees based on predator access. Mammals choose birthing sites based on escape routes. Reptiles choose egg-laying sites based on temperature and predator risk. If a Titanoboa-like predator is present, some species might shift their breeding sites away from water edges. That could reduce reproductive success if those new sites are less ideal. Over time, population structures could change. For example, if capybaras avoid certain wetlands during breeding season, their young might have different survival rates. If caimans avoid certain pools, their nesting success could change. So the predator influences not just daily behaviour, but long-term population dynamics. Now we should talk about one more major ripple effect: disease. This might seem unrelated, but it isn't. Predators can influence disease spread by controlling prey populations. If prey populations become too dense, diseases can spread more easily. Predators reduce density and remove weaker individuals, sometimes reducing disease risk. So a Titanoboa-like predator could help regulate prey health, even unintentionally. However, if it causes prey to cluster into smaller safe zones, it could also increase density in those zones, potentially increasing disease spread there. So again, the effect is complex. Now think about the swamp itself as a system. Wetlands are highly productive ecosystems. They produce a lot of biomass, they support many animals, they also change seasonally. Flooding creates new habitats, dry seasons concentrate life. A super predator would likely time its feeding and movement to these cycles. During floods, prey spreads out. Hunting might become harder, but movement is easier. The snake can travel widely. During dry seasons, prey concentrates. Hunting becomes easier. The snake can feed more efficiently. So the predator's influence might be strongest during certain seasons. During dry seasons, when prey is concentrated, the snake's hunting success could be higher. That could create a noticeable dip in prey in certain pools. It could create more carcasses. It could create more avoidance behaviour. So if you were looking for the ripple effect, you might see it most clearly during seasonal transitions. Now let's bring this back to our original question. What if Titanoboa never truly went extinct? If that is true, then modern ecosystems in certain remote wetlands are not the same as we think they are. They have an extra layer, a hidden pressure, a predator that is not accounted for in official models, and that would create odd mismatches. Scientists might see prey populations that behave differently than expected. They might see caiman distributions that don't match habitat quality. They might see unexplained gaps in animal activity. They might see unusual predation patterns. They might see signs of something large moving through vegetation, and these mismatches would be easy to dismiss individually, but together they would form a picture of a system shaped by something rare and powerful. Now, let's imagine a simple example. A certain oxbow lake has fewer caimans than nearby lakes, even though it has similar water quality and prey. Fish are abundant, but caimans avoid the centre. Capybaras graze only on one side, not the other. Jaguars are seen less often near that lake. A researcher might initially think humans are hunting caimans there, but if there is no evidence of hunting, no boats, no settlements, then the explanation is missing. So they might start considering predator competition. They might consider a large snake presence. They might set up cameras. They might collect water samples. They might wait. And that waiting is exactly where our story goes next. Because once you understand that the ecosystem itself would behave differently, the next natural step is to imagine what happens when humans, modern humans with modern curiosity and modern technology, start paying attention to those ripples. Because the ripple effect is not just ecological, it becomes social. It becomes the beginning of encounters. Not dramatic confrontations, but small moments. A fisherman seeing something unusual, a villager hearing a strange splash, a researcher finding a trail through floating plants. So from here, the path forward is simple. Humans arrive in the story, not as heroes or villains, but as observers, as neighbours, as the species that notices patterns and then cannot resist stepping closer to see what made them. Alright, here is where the story shifts. Not because the swamp changes. The swamp stays the swamp. It stays wet, warm, crowded with green. It stays full of things that move quietly and disappear quickly. The water still carries leaves, branches, and little swirls of foam. The insects still hum. The birds still call. The caimans still float like pieces of the river itself. What changes is who is paying attention. Because for millions of years, if a Titanoboa-like predator survived, It survived in a world that did not include us. Not in the way it includes us now. No engines, no flashlights, no plastic trash drifting into channels, no drone buzzing overhead, no satellite maps, no tourists, no researchers with notebooks and GPS devices, no viral videos. Then humans arrive, and suddenly the swamp has a new kind of animal in it. An animal that does not just hunt, but alters landscapes. An animal that builds, burns, cuts and returns again and again. An animal that makes noise and carries tools and brings dogs. And the first modern encounters, if Titanoboa never truly went extinct, would not begin with a scientist in a clean shirt saying, "Extraordinary discovery." They would begin the way real encounters with rare, dangerous animals usually begin, with confusion, with doubt, with someone saying, "That can't be right," even as their stomach is telling them it is. Because when something doesn't fit your understanding of the world, the mind tries to fix it. It tries to resize it. It tries to turn it into something normal, a log, a shadow, a trick of water, a large anaconda, anything except what it might actually be. So let's imagine the earliest modern period where these encounters could happen. Not in the ancient past, not in the Paleocene. In the time when humans are present in South America, living in and around these wetland systems, travelling rivers, fishing, hunting, building settlements. There are indigenous communities that have lived in these regions for a very long time. Their knowledge of the land is deep, practical, and passed down in ways that do not require textbooks. They know which places are safe. They know which places are risky. They know how animals behave when something changes. If a giant snake lineage existed, indigenous communities would likely have known about it first. But knowing about something does not always mean putting it into the kind of record outsiders accept as proof. Knowledge can be held as caution, as taboo, as story, as a rule, as a place you do not go at night. If a community has lived alongside a rare super predator, they might not treat it like a curiosity. They might treat it like weather. Something you respect, something you work around, something you do not try to capture just to prove it exists. So the first modern encounters, in the sense of outsiders encountering it, would likely happen when explorers, traders, missionaries, colonists and later scientists and workers moved deeper into the wetlands. These outsiders would arrive with different assumptions, different expectations, different levels of patience. They might be more likely to travel unfamiliar channels, more likely to camp in risky spots, more likely to ignore local warnings, and that is often when rare predators show themselves, not because they want to, but because humans stumble into the wrong place. Now, let's imagine what a first encounter might look like in reality. It would not be a clear, full-body view in open sunlight. That is the least likely scenario. It would be partial. A boat moving slowly along a side channel at dusk. The water is calm, the air is heavy, the paddles dip and lift quietly. Someone in the boat points to the bank and says, "Look at that log. It is long, dark, curved slightly, half submerged. It looks like driftwood." Then the log moves, not quickly, not with a splash, just a slow shift, as if it is settling. The curve changes. The water bulges around it. The people freeze. One person whispers, "Anaconda!" That word is like a safety blanket. Anaconda is known. Anaconda is big but believable. But as the shape slides deeper, they see thickness. They see scale. They see that it is not just long, it is massive. And then it disappears into water so smoothly that it almost looks like the swamp swallowed it. The boat continues, but nobody speaks for a while. Later someone tells the story. They describe a snake bigger than any anaconda they've ever seen. The listener laughs and says, "You're exaggerating," the storyteller insists. The listener shrugs. The story becomes one more river tale. This is how rare animals remain unconfirmed. Now imagine another kind of encounter. A fisherman checks his nets in the early morning. The mist is low, the water is still. He pulls up the net and finds it torn, not in a jagged way like a caiman bite, but stretched and ripped as if something heavy pushed through it. He curses quietly. Nets are work. Nets are money. He looks around. He sees a wide trail through floating plants leading away from the net site. The trail is too wide for a caiman, too smooth, too long. He follows it with his eyes, but it disappears into reeds. He tells someone in the village. They tell him to stop fishing there. He asks why. They don't explain much. They just repeat the warning, and the fisherman listens because he has no desire to argue with the swamp. This is another kind of encounter. Not a sighting, but evidence. Evidence that doesn't fit. Now imagine a more direct one. A hunter is moving along a muddy bank following the tracks of a tapir. The forest is dense. The air is hot. Sweat runs down his back. His boots sink slightly with each step. He reaches a bend in the river where the bank is narrow and the vegetation is thick. He pauses because he hears a sound that doesn't match the usual ones. A low sliding sound. Wet. Heavy. He looks down and sees a thick section of body moving along the waterline, pushing aside plants. It is close. Too close. For a moment his brain refuses to accept the size. It tries to shrink it into something normal. Then the body continues moving, and he realizes it is not just a big snake. It is bigger than his canoe. He backs away slowly. He does not run. Running makes noise. Noise draws attention. He steps backward, breath held, until he can no longer see it. He returns home without the tapir. He tells the story to a few people. They listen quietly. No one laughs. They have heard something like this before. Now, as time moves forward and modern development increases, encounters change shape. Engines appear. Boats become faster. People travel deeper into remote areas. Logging operations cut paths into forest. Mining operations open land. Oil exploration brings roads and camps. These activities increase human presence in places that were previously quiet, and that increases the chances of encounters, not because the snake becomes more active, but because humans are crossing more of its territory. Now, here is a key point. A Titanoboa-like predator would not want to meet humans. Humans are dangerous. Humans are noisy. Humans bring weapons. Humans retaliate. So most encounters would be accidental, brief. The snake would flee if it could. It would slip away into water or dense cover. But sometimes, accidents become confrontations. For example, imagine a snake resting in shallow water after feeding. Its belly is full. Its movement is slow. It cannot retreat quickly. A boat approaches, perhaps a small motorboat, perhaps a canoe. The people see something in the water. At first they think it is a floating tree trunk. Then they see the head. They stop the engine. They stare. The snake lifts its head slightly, not to threaten but to breathe and orient. Its eyes are dark. Its mouth is closed. It looks heavy and old, like something that has been alive longer than it should be. The people panic. Someone shouts. Someone throws something. Someone fires a gun into the water. The snake reacts not with aggression, but with escape. It thrashes, sending a wave outward. Water splashes. Plants scatter. The boat rocks. Then the snake disappears, leaving only churned water and a sudden silence. The people return to shore shaking. They tell the story. Some believe them, some don't. But now the story includes a gunshot, and that changes how it spreads. It becomes less like a myth and more like an incident. Now imagine another scenario. Livestock disappears. A rancher near a wetland loses calves. Not one, but several, over a season. The rancher blames jaguars. He sets traps. He patrols. He finds no jaguar sign. He finds drag marks leading toward water. The drag marks are wide, smooth. There are no paw prints beside them. He calls neighbours. They come with rifles. They walk the bank. They find nothing. But the fear remains because something is taking their animals and leaving no clear signature. Eventually someone says the word snake. The others laugh. Then someone remembers a story from years ago about a boatman seeing something huge. The laughter stops. Now the idea begins to settle in. Not as certainty, but as possibility. And possibility is enough to change behaviour. People stop letting cattle graze near certain water edges. They keep calves closer. They avoid fishing at night in certain channels. They tell children not to swim there. The swamp becomes mapped not just by geography, but by rumour. Now, in the modern era, the first encounters that truly matter for the wider world are the ones that intersect with documentation, a camera, a phone, a video, a photograph. But even then, it is rarely clear. A shaky clip of water bulging, a dark shape moving, a long curve disappearing, a splash. People argue online. Some say it is an anaconda. Some say it is fake. Some say it is a log. Some say it is Titanoboa. And the truth, whatever it is, remains just out of reach. Because a giant snake is hard to film well. It does not pose. It does not stand still in open light. It appears briefly and then vanishes. Now, here is another important part of modern encounters: sound. People often think of giant animals as loud, but a snake is not loud. It does not stomp. It does not roar. It slides. It moves water. It makes subtle noises. But a huge body moving through water can create a distinctive sound. A heavy push, a slow surge, a wet dragging through plants. Someone who spends time on the water might recognize when a movement is too heavy to be a normal animal. A fisherman might say, "That was not a caiman," not because he saw it, but because he heard it. And sound travels differently over water at night. It can feel close even when it is far. It can make your skin tighten even before you know why. So modern encounters could include people hearing something large moving near their boat, feeling the water shift, seeing ripples moving toward them, then nothing. Those are the encounters that stick in memory, because they leave room for imagination. Now, consider the role of fear and exaggeration. Not all stories are true. People exaggerate. People misjudge size. People tell stories for attention. People confuse animals. A large anaconda can look enormous in the right conditions. In low light, anything can seem bigger. So how do you separate the noise from the signal? You look for patterns. If Titanoboa-like snakes exist, encounters would cluster in certain types of locations. Remote wetlands, flooded forests, oxbow lakes, slow side channels, areas with abundant prey, areas with low human presence. And the stories would share certain features. The animal is described as unusually thick, not just long. It moves smoothly and quietly. It is seen near water. It disappears quickly. It is rarely seen fully. The encounter leaves people shaken, not because it attacked, but because it existed. Now the first modern encounters that shift this from rumour to investigation would likely involve people who are trained to observe. Biologists, wildlife rangers, researchers, experienced guides, people who know what an anaconda looks like and who can tell when something doesn't match. Imagine a biologist working in a wetland region, studying caiman populations. They spend weeks travelling channels, counting animals, marking nests. One evening they see a movement in the water, a long curve near the bank. They assume anaconda. Then they see the thickness. The head looks proportionally different. The body seems too heavy. They reach for a camera, but by the time the camera is ready, the animal is gone. They write it down anyway. Not as Titanoboa, because that would sound ridiculous in a report. They write, "Large snake observed, size exceeding typical anaconda estimates, brief sighting near flooded forest edge." That note sits in a notebook. Months later, another biologist in a different region writes something similar. Years later, a pattern begins to form, not proof, but enough to make certain scientists curious. And curiosity is what turns encounters into searches. Now there is another kind of encounter that could happen, and it is one of the most telling. A dead animal, not a dead snake. That would be too much to hope for in a wet environment, but a dead prey animal. If a Titanoboa-like snake kills something and is disturbed before it can swallow it, the carcass might remain, it might float, it might be found. The carcass might show signs of constriction, bruising, internal damage, lack of tearing. A jaguar kill looks different. A caiman kill looks different. Scavenger damage looks different. A constrictor kill has a certain signature. So a researcher might find a carcass and suspect a large snake. They might not know how large, but they might recognise the pattern. That becomes another clue. And if enough clues gather, the swamp begins to feel less like a place full of normal wildlife, and more like a place with a missing piece. Now, here is the quiet truth about modern encounters with rare animals. Most of them end with nothing, a glimpse, a sound, a disturbed patch of vegetation. Then the animal is gone, and life continues. But humans are not good at leaving questions alone. We keep thinking about it. We talk about it. We return to the spot, we bring cameras, we bring friends, we bring bigger boats, we bring more noise. And that, ironically, makes the animal harder to find, because the animal is listening too, in its own way. It feels vibrations, it senses disturbance, it retreats. So the first modern encounters would not lead immediately to confirmation. They would lead to a growing sense that something is there, just beyond reach, and that sense would begin to spread. Not as official science yet, but as something else. Stories, whispers, legends that attach themselves to real places and real people. Because when you have a rare predator that is too large to be accepted easily, it lives in a strange space between biology and belief. And that is exactly where we go next. Because once humans begin having these scattered encounters, the world does what it always does. It turns them into tales. It turns them into warnings. It turns them into exaggerated shapes and half-remembered details, until the line between real animal and impossible creature becomes blurry, and suddenly Titanoboa is no longer just a fossil name, but a living rumour that refuses to die. Alright, this is where things get interesting in a very human way, because the moment you have something rare, something big, something that doesn't show itself clearly, and something that lives in a place most people will never visit, you get a special kind of story. Not a clean story, not a simple story, a story that spreads in fragments, a story that changes shape depending on who is telling it, who is listening, and what they already believe about the world. And if Titanoboa never truly went extinct, then it wouldn't just exist as an animal, it would exist as a rumour, a warning, a strange detail someone mentions casually and then quickly moves on from. It would exist in the way people glance at a dark river at night and decide, without thinking too hard about it, that they don't need to swim there. Because there's something about water that makes the imagination work harder than it should. You can see a mountain, you can see a field, you can see a road stretching out. Even if something dangerous is there, you have a sense of where it is. But water hides its depth. It hides movement. It hides size. It can hold something enormous right under the surface and show you nothing but a smooth reflection. So if a giant snake lineage existed in modern wetlands, the stories would be inevitable. And they wouldn't start as Titanoboa. They would start as something big. That's how it always begins. Someone says it quietly. Someone says it while looking at the water. Someone says it while tightening the rope on their boat. Someone says it as a reason to leave early, or to avoid a channel, or to keep a child close. Something big lives there. And that phrase is powerful because it doesn't demand proof. It doesn't demand an argument. It's not a scientific claim. It's a survival note. Now, legends don't always mean fiction. Legends are often built on repeated experiences. They can be exaggerated, yes. They can be shaped by fear and imagination. But they usually begin with something real enough to matter. A large predator, a dangerous place, a pattern of disappearances, a sound at night that doesn't match the usual ones. So let's imagine how impossible sightings would appear and why they would be dismissed by most people even if they were true. The first reason is simple. Size is hard to judge. In the forest, there are no clean reference points. In water, there are even fewer. A snake moving through water does not show its full body. It shows a curve, a section, a wake. The mind tries to complete the picture, and it often completes it wrong. A normal anaconda can look gigantic in low light. A log can look like a snake. A wave can look like movement. So many sightings are mistakes, but the second reason is just as important. People don't like being laughed at. If someone says they saw a snake longer than a boat, the listener might smile and nod, but inside they're thinking, sure you did. So the storyteller learns to adjust. They make it smaller. They make it vague. They say, it was big, bigger than I've seen before, and that vagueness makes the story less useful for evidence, even if the core event was real. The third reason is that even when people do tell the story clearly, the story gets filtered through other people's expectations. If someone hears giant snake, they immediately think anaconda. If someone hears monster, they think myth. If someone hears Titanoboa, they think museum. So the story gets placed into a category before it's even considered. And once it's categorized, it becomes harder to treat it as a real observation. Now, in the regions where these wetlands exist, there are already many snake stories. South America has some of the largest snakes on Earth. People have seen huge anacondas. People have found shed skins. People have watched them swim. People have lost animals to them. So the existence of giant snakes is not controversial locally. What becomes controversial is when the size crosses a line, when it stops being big anaconda and becomes too big. That's when people start using different words, different descriptions, different tones. They stop saying anaconda, they start saying river snake, they start saying old snake, they start saying the one that lives in that channel, they start saying don't go there. Now, imagine how a whisper spreads in a place like that. A fisherman loses a dog near a bank. The dog yelps once and vanishes. No struggle. No splash big enough to explain it. Just gone. He tells his neighbour. The neighbour says, "It's the big one." The fisherman asks, "What big one?" The neighbour doesn't explain much, he just repeats it, like it's obvious. A week later, someone else mentions that their goat disappeared near the same water. A month later, a boatman says he saw a wake that looked like a moving tree. A year later, a child says they saw something thick sliding into the river at dusk. Each story alone is nothing. Together they form a pattern. And patterns create legends. Now, legends don't have to be supernatural. They can be practical. They can be local knowledge wrapped in story form so it's easier to remember. For example, a legend might say there is a giant snake that guards a certain river bend. People might treat it as myth. But the real message is simple. That river bend is dangerous. Don't go there. Don't swim there. Don't camp there. Don't let animals drink there at night. A story is a warning that travels better than a list of safety rules. Now, if a Titanoboa-like snake exists, the sightings would likely have certain repeating features because the animal's behaviour would be consistent. It would be seen near water. It would be seen at dusk or night more often than midday. It would be seen briefly, then disappear. It would be described as thick, not just long. It would move smoothly and quietly. It would leave trails through vegetation. It would cause prey animals to behave oddly. So the stories would sound similar even if the storytellers never met. And that similarity is what makes whispers feel heavier than normal gossip. Now let's imagine a few types of impossible sightings. The kind that people would dismiss online but that could easily happen in real life. One type is the boat encounter. A group of people are travelling at night. Their boat has a small motor. The water is calm. The moon is partly hidden by clouds. They're tired and want to reach home. They turn into a narrow channel because it's faster. The water ahead looks blocked by a floating log. They slow down, then the log moves sideways, not drifting, moving with intention. The water bulges around it and the shape slides away into darkness. One person says, "Did you see that?" Another says, "It was a log." A third says nothing because they did see it, and they don't want to say it out loud. The boat continues, but the mood changes. Someone turns the motor up a little, not because it helps, but because noise feels like protection. They reach home. They tell the story. People argue about what it was. The story becomes a joke. But the people in the boat stop using that channel at night. Another type is the shoreline glimpse. A person is walking along a muddy bank in the early morning, checking traps, checking nets, checking something practical. They see a thick, dark curve near the waterline. They freeze. The curve shifts slightly, and they realise it is not a route. The head is partly visible, the eyes are still, the animal is resting. The person backs away slowly, heart pounding. They tell the story later, but they struggle with details because fear makes memory fuzzy. They know it was huge, they know it was real, but they can't describe it cleanly. The listener says, "Anaconda." The storyteller says, "No, bigger." The listener laughs. The storyteller stops talking. Another type is the aftermath encounter. A farmer finds a dead caiman near the edge of a swamp. The caiman is large. It should not be dead like this. There are marks on its body that suggest pressure. There are no bite marks that match jaguar teeth. There is no tearing. It looks like something wrapped around it. The farmer calls others. They look. They argue. Someone says big snake. Someone else says anaconda. Then someone says not anaconda. The conversation stops there because nobody wants to say the other word. Not because it's magical, but because it sounds ridiculous. And ridicule is powerful. Now, there's another kind of sighting that becomes common in modern times. The blurry video. Someone films the water. They zoom in. The footage shakes. The focus is bad. The animal is half hidden. Online, people say it's fake. People say it's an anaconda. People say it's a log. And the person who filmed it becomes frustrated because they know what they saw but they can't prove it. This is the modern version of a whisper. It travels faster, but it is still not proof. Now let's talk about why these sightings would be impossible to most people. Because Titanoboa is not just an animal. It is a scale problem. People have a sense of what animals can be. They have an internal limit. A snake can be 10 feet, 15, 20 if you're really pushing it, maybe 25 if you're generous. But once you start talking about 30 feet, 40 feet, something breaks in the mind. It feels like you're talking about a different category of creature. So people reject it automatically, not because they have evidence against it, but because it violates their sense of normal. This is why impossible sightings often involve animals that are just slightly beyond expectation. Not dragons, not aliens, just a bear that seems too big, a shark that seems too long, a snake that seems too thick. Nature can produce those extremes, but humans don't like to accept them without strong proof. Now, in a world where Titanoboa never truly went extinct, these sightings would continue for decades. They would flare up in certain regions, then go quiet. They would appear in local news sometimes, then disappear under more urgent headlines. They would be told around fires. They would be told in boats. They would be told with a laugh that isn't fully a laugh. And they would become part of the cultural landscape of the wetlands. Now let's consider the role of outsiders, because outsiders change how legends spread. A tourist visits a wetland region and hears a story about a giant snake. The tourist gets excited. They want to see it. They ask guides. They ask locals. They take photos of normal snakes and call them Titanoboa. This creates noise. It makes the real stories harder to separate from attention-seeking. A journalist hears about a giant snake and writes a sensational article. The article exaggerates. It uses dramatic language. It adds details that were never in the original story. Now the story becomes entertainment, and locals stop sharing real experiences because they don't want to be turned into a joke. A researcher hears about repeated sightings and becomes curious. They ask careful questions. They try to document. They treat locals with respect. They don't laugh. This is the kind of outsider that can turn whispers into data. But even then, the problem remains. The animal is rare, and it doesn't want to be found, so the legends continue. Now there is one more thing that makes legends feel heavier in this scenario. The idea that the animal is old. People often describe unusually large animals as ancient, not because they know the age, but because size feels like age. A huge snake feels like something that has been growing for a very long time, so you might hear stories like, "It's been there forever," or "My grandfather told me about it," or "It was there before the village." These statements are not scientific, they are emotional. They express the sense that the animal is part of the place, not a visitor, and if Titanoboa never truly went extinct, that feeling would be accurate. It would be part of the place in a way that humans are not. Now, at this point, we've built the social layer, the whispers, the sightings, the legends. The next step is what happens when the modern world decides it wants more than whispers. Because whispers are not enough for science. They are not enough for governments. They are not enough for conservation groups. They are not enough for people who want certainty. Eventually someone will try to catch the rumour. Not with a net, not with a gun, but with method. They will bring equipment. They will bring sampling kits. They will bring cameras. They will bring patience. And that's where we go next, because once legends become persistent enough, science does what science always does. It steps into the mud, takes a deep breath, and starts trying to measure the unmeasurable. Alright, now the tone shifts again, but gently. Because this is where the modern world tries to do what it always does when faced with something strange and uncertain. It tries to measure it. It tries to name it. It tries to pin it down into something that can be written in a report and put into a database. And that's not a bad impulse. It's how we learn. It's how we protect wildlife. It's how we understand ecosystems. It's how we separate a real animal from a rumour that grows bigger every time it's repeated. But there's also a quiet comedy in it if you think about it. Humans with clipboards and cameras and carefully labelled sample tubes walking into a swamp and saying, "Alright, giant mystery snake, time to cooperate." Nature rarely cooperates. So if Titanoboa never truly went extinct, and if whispers and sightings became consistent enough to make a few scientists curious, what would happen next is not a dramatic expedition with helicopters and heroic music. It would be slow, it would be paperwork, it would be planning, it would be grants and permits and budgets. It would be scientists arguing politely about whether it's worth the effort. It would be someone saying, "It's probably just big anacondas," and someone else saying, "Maybe, but the reports are weird." And then eventually it would be a small team with a boat, some equipment, and a very practical goal. Not prove Titanoboa exists. That would be too ambitious and too easy to mock. The real goal would sound more reasonable. Investigate reports of unusually large constrictors. Survey predator activity in this wetland region. Assess unexplained predation patterns. Science often begins by not saying the most exciting thing out loud. So imagine the first serious field efforts. They would start where the stories cluster. Remote wetlands, flooded forests, oxbow lakes, side channels, places with repeated reports of something big. Places where prey behaviour seems odd. Places where caiman numbers don't match expectations. The team arrives, and the first thing they notice is how quickly the swamp swallows certainty. Maps become suggestions. Trails vanish underwater. Landmarks look the same after a few turns. The air is heavy. The equipment gets damp. Batteries drain faster than expected. Clothing never fully dries. Bugs find every exposed patch of skin, and that's before they even start looking for the animal. So how do you track something like a giant snake? You don't track it the way you track a wolf or a bear. You don't look for footprints on dry ground. You don't look for chewed bones. You don't look for dens in the same way. A giant snake is a different kind of target. It leaves different signs, and most of those signs disappear quickly. So science would have to approach it indirectly. The first tool would be camera traps. Camera traps are widely used in wildlife research. They are motion-activated cameras placed along animal trails, riverbanks, or feeding sites. They capture images of animals that pass by, often at night, without requiring a human to be present. Camera traps work very well for mammals and birds. For snakes, they can work, but it's harder. A snake moves low, it moves slowly, it might not trigger motion sensors reliably. It might move through water where the camera cannot be placed easily. It might pass under vegetation, so researchers would have to get creative. They might place cameras at narrow land crossings between water bodies. They might place cameras at known prey trails near water edges. They might place cameras near basking sites where snakes might warm themselves. They might also use time-lapse cameras, which take photos at regular intervals regardless of motion. That increases the chance of capturing something slow-moving. But it also produces an overwhelming amount of data. Thousands of images of nothing. Thousands of images of leaves moving. Thousands of images of birds and rodents. This is one of the quiet realities of wildlife research. Most of the work is sorting through evidence that leads nowhere. Still, if a Titanoboa-like snake exists, a camera trap might eventually catch part of it. Not a full dramatic shot. Maybe a thick curve of body. Maybe a head. Maybe a section moving through mud. And that alone would be enough to make the team sit up a little straighter. Now, cameras are only one tool. Another tool is track and sign surveys. Even though snakes don't leave footprints, a large snake can leave physical disturbances, a smooth trough through mud, crushed vegetation along a bank, a trail through floating plant mats, a disturbed area where prey was dragged. Researchers would walk banks and shallow areas looking for these signs. But the swamp is not kind to evidence. Rain erases, water shifts, animals trample, plants grow back, so timing matters. If a large snake moved through an area, the sign might only be visible for hours or days before it fades. That means researchers would need to patrol frequently, or focus on areas where signs persist longer, such as muddy flats that dry slightly between floods. Now, another tool is the study of prey populations. This is where the ripple effect becomes useful. If a super predator exists, it might create unusual patterns in prey behavior and distribution. Researchers might count caimans in different lakes and compare numbers. They might observe capybara group behavior. They might track deer and tapir movement. They might look for areas where prey avoid certain banks. They might look for unexplained mortality events. This kind of data doesn't prove a giant snake exists, but it can identify hot zones, areas where predator pressure seems unusually high. Those zones become targets for more intensive monitoring. Now, let's talk about one of the most promising modern tools, environmental DNA. This is often shortened to eDNA. It works like this. Animals shed tiny bits of genetic material into their environment. Skin cells, mucus, waste, saliva, fragments of tissue. In water, these traces can persist for a while. Scientists can collect water samples, filter them, and analyze the DNA fragments to detect what species have been present. This method has been used to detect rare fish, amphibians, and other aquatic or semi-aquatic animals. For a giant snake that spends a lot of time in water, eDNA could be a powerful tool. Researchers could collect water samples from multiple locations in a wetland system. They could test for known snake DNA signatures. They could compare results. If they find DNA that matches known anacondas, that's expected. If they find DNA that does not match known species, that becomes interesting. It wouldn't automatically mean Titanoboa. It could mean an unknown population, a genetic variation, a misidentified sample, contamination. But it would be a starting point. Now, the challenge with eDNA is that it can be diluted and moved by water flow. In a large river system, DNA can travel. It can mix. It can degrade. So the results can be messy. A positive signal tells you the animal was somewhere upstream or nearby. A negative signal doesn't prove the animal is absent, especially if it is rare. So eDNA would be used as part of a larger strategy, not as a single magic answer. Now, another tool is acoustic monitoring. This might sound strange because snakes are not vocal animals, But acoustic monitoring is not just about listening for calls, it can be used to monitor environmental sounds and disturbances. A giant snake moving through water could create distinctive splashes or movement sounds, especially if it passes through dense vegetation. It could disturb water in ways that might be recorded. This would be subtle, and it would produce many false positives, but in a focused area, it might add another layer of data. Now, there's also aerial surveys. Drones can be used to scan riverbanks and open water. They can look for large animals basking. They can look for unusual trails through vegetation. But drones have limits. They can't see through canopy. They can't see underwater. They can't fly forever. Batteries run out. Weather changes. Rain ruins visibility. Still, drones could help map potential habitats and identify places where something large has moved through floating plant mats. Now, consider thermal imaging. Thermal cameras detect heat differences. They're useful for mammals and birds because those animals are warm compared to their environment. Reptiles are trickier. Their body temperature is often close to the environment. But at certain times, especially at night when air cools slightly, a large reptile might retain heat differently than surrounding water or plants. A huge body can hold warmth longer. It has thermal inertia. So in some conditions, a Titanoboa-like snake might show up faintly on thermal imaging. Not like a glowing beacon, but like a slightly warmer shape. This would be difficult, but not impossible. Now there is one more tool that becomes important in modern wildlife research: satellite tagging. This is used for animals that can be captured safely, fitted with a tag, and released. The tag transmits location data. For a giant snake, this is possible in principle. Researchers tag large pythons and anacondas in some studies. But for a Titanoboa-like animal, capture becomes dangerous and ethically complicated. How do you safely restrain a 30-foot snake in a swamp? How do you keep the animal from drowning while restrained? How do you avoid injuring it? How do you avoid injuring the team? How do you transport it? How do you tag it without causing harm? It would require a specialized team with experience handling large constrictors, and even then it would be risky. So tagging would likely come later if the animal was confirmed. In early stages, science would focus on observation and indirect evidence. Now, here is where the story becomes frustrating, because the animal we are imagining is built to be untrackable. A giant snake does not have to move often. It can stay in one hidden pool for weeks. It can travel through water without leaving a trail. It can hunt rarely. It can rest under floating plants. It can avoid open areas. It can sense vibrations and retreat before humans get close. So even with technology, tracking it would feel like trying to catch smoke with your hands. Researchers might spend months and find nothing. They might collect thousands of images and see only normal wildlife. They might sample water and get nothing unusual. They might hear stories and never get confirmation. And then, one day, something happens. Not a full discovery, just a small break. A camera trap captures a thick curve of body that is too large to be explained easily. A water sample returns a DNA signal that doesn't match known species. A drone flight spots a massive disturbance trail through floating vegetation that appears fresh. A researcher finds a carcass with clear constriction signs and size implications that don't fit known snakes. These small breaks are what keep the search alive. Now, science is cautious, and it should be. A single blurry image is not enough. A single strange DNA result could be contamination. A single carcass could be misinterpreted. So the team would look for repeatability. They would try to get multiple lines of evidence that point in the same direction. This is where the process becomes slow and careful. They might return to the same region over multiple seasons. They might increase sampling frequency. They might expand camera coverage. They might work with local communities to identify hotspots. They might train local rangers to recognize signs and report quickly. This collaboration would be crucial. Local knowledge is often the difference between wandering blindly and focusing on the right places. A fisherman knows which channels are deep, which banks are quiet, which areas feel wrong. A guide knows where animals usually gather. A local hunter knows where prey trails run. Science steps in, but it doesn't replace local experience, it uses it. Now, if the evidence grows, the story begins to change. Not publicly at first, quietly within research circles. A few scientists start talking about anomalous large constrictor reports. A few papers mention unusual findings without making dramatic claims. A few conference conversations happen over coffee, where someone says, "We have something weird in this data set." And this is the moment when tracking the untrackable becomes more than curiosity. It becomes a question of responsibility. Because if a giant unknown predator exists, it affects conservation planning. It affects ecosystem management. It affects human safety. It affects land use decisions. You can't ignore it if it's real. So the pressure increases. More funding might become available. More teams might become involved. More eyes might turn toward the wetlands. And that, ironically, becomes dangerous for the animal. Because the more attention it gets, the less safe it becomes. So science would have to move carefully, balancing discovery with protection. Now imagine the first time a team gets a clear sign that something enormous is nearby. Not a rumour, not a story. A real moment. They're in a small boat, moving through a narrow flooded forest channel. Cameras are set. Samples are collected. It's late afternoon. Light is fading. The water ahead is calm. Then the water rises slightly near the side, like something large shifted under the surface. A slow bulge moves forward, not like a fish, not like a caiman. The team stops. One person whispers, "Did you see that?" Another person nods. They wait. The bulge moves again, closer to the bank. A section of dark body appears briefly between floating plants, thick and smooth. Then it slides away, vanishing. No roar, no splash, just gone. The team sits in silence for a moment, not because they are scared in a dramatic way, but because their brains are trying to fit what they saw into their knowledge of the world. One person finally says, "That was not an anaconda." And that sentence, quiet as it is the beginning of a different kind of search. Because once science steps in, the swamp stops being just a place of legends. It becomes a place of data, a place of patterns, a place where the untrackable might be trackable, not by force, but by patience. And that leads us naturally into the next part, because the more science looks, the more it runs into the hardest obstacle of all, the body problem. How does something that big stay alive in the modern world? How does it handle heat, movement, digestion, and the limits of biology? Because once you start chasing a giant snake through real physics and real physiology, you find out quickly that the swamp isn't the only thing you have to navigate. You also have to navigate what a body can realistically do. Alright, now we get to the part that sounds less exciting at first, but is actually the part that decides everything. The body problem. Because it's one thing to imagine a giant snake still living somewhere in the wetlands. It's another thing to ask whether its body could actually function in the modern world, day after day, year after year, without collapsing under the simple demands of biology. A creature can be scary in your mind and still be impossible in real life. So if Titanoboa never truly went extinct, and if a Titanoboa-like lineage exists today, then its body has to make sense. It has to eat, digest, move, stay warm enough to function, avoid overheating, reproduce, and survive injuries and disease. And all of that has to happen in an environment that is not identical to the ancient world it came from. So let's take it step by step, calmly, like we're checking the parts of a machine that has been running in the dark for a very long time. First, heat. Snakes are ectothermic. That means they rely on external heat sources to regulate their body temperature. They don't generate internal heat the way mammals and birds do. Their body temperature rises and falls with the environment. This is not a weakness. It's a strategy. Ectotherms use less energy. They can survive on fewer calories than an endothermic animal of the same size because they don't have to constantly burn fuel to stay warm. But it comes with a price. If the environment is too cold, they slow down. If the environment is too hot, they can overheat. Their performance depends on staying within a workable temperature range. For a small snake, finding that range is easier. It can bask in the sun and warm up quickly. It can hide in shade and cool down quickly. For a giant snake, temperature becomes a bigger problem, because large bodies heat and cool more slowly. This is called thermal inertia. A large body holds heat longer. That can be an advantage. It means the snake doesn't cool down as quickly at night. It can remain functional longer, but it can also be a risk. If the snake gets too warm, it may struggle to cool down quickly. So a Titanoboa-like animal would need an environment where temperature stays within a safe range most of the time. This is why warm tropical wetlands matter. They provide stable heat. Water also helps regulate temperature because water changes temperature more slowly than air. A snake in water can avoid extreme temperature swings. So if Titanoboa exists today, it likely spends a lot of time in water, not just for hunting and hiding, but for temperature management. Now, here's the key point. Titanoboa's size in the fossil record is linked to a warmer climate than today. The Paleocene tropics were hotter. That means the environment could support a larger ectotherm more easily. So the question becomes, could the modern tropics support a snake that big? The answer is complicated. A full 50-foot Titanoboa might be hard to sustain under modern average temperatures. Not impossible in every scenario, but less likely as a common adult size. But a lineage could survive by being somewhat smaller. This is where the body problem starts shaping the story. A modern Titanoboa descendant might not be the absolute maximum size we imagine. It might be slightly reduced. Still enormous, still beyond what people expect, but not necessarily the full ancient scale. Now, heat is not the only issue. Digestion is another major constraint. Snakes digest slowly compared to mammals. They swallow prey whole, then break it down internally over time. Digestion requires heat. The warmer the snake's body, the faster digestion works. If a giant snake eats a huge meal, digestion becomes a major event. Its metabolism increases. Its organs work hard. It may become less mobile. It becomes vulnerable. This is why large snakes often rest after feeding. They hide. They remain still. A Titanoboa-like snake would do the same, but the stakes would be higher. If it eats something very large, it may need weeks to digest fully. During that time, it must avoid threats. In the ancient world, threats might have been other large predators. In the modern world, threats include humans. So the body problem here is not just can it digest, it's can it digest safely. That would influence prey choice, it would influence where it feeds, it would influence how often it risks taking extremely large prey like cattle. It might prefer prey that is large enough to be worth it, but not so large that it becomes helpless afterward. Now, let's talk about movement. A giant snake on land has to deal with friction and weight. Moving a ton of muscle across mud and roots takes energy. It also risks injury. Sharp branches, rocks, human debris. A large snake can get cuts, and cuts can become infections. In water, movement is easier. Buoyancy supports the body. The snake can glide. It can travel long distances with less effort. It can avoid obstacles more smoothly. So a Titanoboa-like animal would likely be strongly tied to aquatic environments. It might still move on land sometimes, especially to reach new water bodies or to bask, but its primary movement would be through water. This also helps it stay hidden. Now, consider oxygen. Snakes breathe air. They can hold their breath for a long time, especially when resting. Some aquatic snakes can stay submerged for extended periods. A giant snake could potentially hold its breath longer because of slower metabolism and larger oxygen stores, but it still needs to surface regularly. So it would need access to calm water surfaces where it can breathe without exposing itself too much. This fits with flooded forests and quiet backwaters. Now consider the skeletal and muscular demands of size. Snakes have flexible spines with many vertebrae. Their bodies are essentially a long chain of repeating structures. This design scales well in some ways, because you can add length by adding more vertebrae. But thickness and mass create stress. The muscles must be strong enough to move the body and constrict prey. The spine must support bending and coiling without damage. The animal must avoid injuries that could cripple it. In water, these stresses are reduced. So again, water becomes the solution. Now, what about growth? Large snakes do not grow quickly forever. Growth depends on food availability, temperature, and genetics. A Titanoboa-like snake might take many years to reach full size. It would grow faster when young, then slow as it approaches adulthood. If it takes a long time to reach full size, that creates another survival challenge. Young individuals are vulnerable. They can be eaten by other predators. They can die from disease or injury. So for a lineage to persist, enough juveniles must survive to adulthood. That means the habitat must provide safe hiding places for young snakes, and enough smaller prey for them to feed on. In a rich wetland ecosystem, this is possible. There are many hiding spots, there is abundant prey. So the body problem of juvenile survival is solvable in the right environment. Now, let's talk about reproduction, because size affects reproduction too. A giant snake needs enough energy to reproduce. Producing eggs or live young is costly. The female must carry the young or lay eggs in a safe place. The young must survive. If the environment becomes slightly less favourable, reproduction may become less frequent. That can reduce population size. A Titanoboa-like lineage could persist with low reproduction rates if adult survival is high. Large animals often have long lifespans. If adults live many years, they can reproduce multiple times over their life, even if reproduction is infrequent. So the lineage could survive as a slow-breeding, long-lived predator. That would also keep it rare. Now, we should consider the risk of overheating. People usually focus on cold as a problem for reptiles, but heat can be just as dangerous. In very hot conditions, a large reptile can overheat, especially if it cannot cool down quickly. A giant snake in direct sunlight could heat up too much, so it would likely avoid basking in open sun for long periods. It might bask partially in shade. It might warm itself in shallow water warmed by sun, which allows heat exchange. It might move between sun and shade carefully. This behaviour would keep it functional without overheating. Now, let's address a big question that sits behind all of this. Could a snake actually get that big today? Modern snakes can get very large. Green anacondas are among the heaviest. Reticulated pythons are among the longest. There are credible reports of individuals reaching impressive sizes, though exact measurements are often debated. So the idea of a snake reaching 25 feet is not impossible. The idea of a snake reaching 30 feet is rare, but not beyond imagination. The idea of a snake reaching 40 feet becomes extremely hard to confirm and extremely unlikely, but the point is that size exists on a spectrum. If a Titanoboa-like lineage survived, it might produce rare individuals that grow unusually large, especially in the best habitats with abundant prey and warm, stable conditions. So the body problem might not eliminate the idea, it might shape it into a more realistic form. Now there is another modern factor that affects body size: human influence on prey availability. In some areas, humans increase prey availability unintentionally. Livestock grazing near wetlands creates a new food source. Fish populations can change due to fishing and pollution. Some prey species may increase due to habitat changes. A predator can sometimes benefit from human presence, at least temporarily. But it's a dangerous benefit because it increases encounters. So a Titanoboa-like snake might grow larger in regions where prey is abundant, including livestock. But those regions are also the most dangerous for it because humans retaliate. So the largest individuals might exist in the most remote areas, where prey is wild and humans are rare. Now let's consider disease and parasites. A giant snake in a tropical environment will host parasites, ticks, mites, internal worms. That is normal. The immune system must manage these loads. Large animals can carry parasites without immediate death, but heavy parasite loads can weaken them. Injuries can become infected. Stress can reduce immune function. So a Titanoboa-like animal would need to avoid frequent stress and injury. That again favours a quiet lifestyle. Minimal movement, minimal conflict, avoiding fights, avoiding risky prey. Now think about injuries from prey. A large mammal can kick, a caiman can bite, a struggling animal can cause damage. A snake that is too aggressive dies. A snake that chooses safe opportunity survives. So natural selection would favour individuals that are cautious, that ambush effectively, that constrict quickly, and that avoid prey that can cause injury. Over time, the lineage becomes better at staying alive. Now here is a subtle part of the body problem that people often miss. The problem of being seen. A giant snake's size is not just a biological issue, it is a social issue. The larger it is, the harder it is to hide. The harder it is to hide, the more likely humans are to notice it. The more humans notice it, the more likely it is to be killed. So the body problem includes a visibility threshold. If the snake becomes too large, it becomes less survivable in a human world. That could put evolutionary pressure towards slightly smaller size, even if larger size is beneficial for hunting. Because survival is not about being the biggest, it's about living long enough to reproduce. So in a world with humans, the optimal size might be large enough to dominate prey, but small enough to stay hidden. That might sound strange, but it's real. Human presence changes what traits are favourable. Animals evolve to avoid us. They become more nocturnal, more cautious, more hidden. So a Titanoboa-like lineage might have become smaller not just because of climate, but because of humans. Now, let's imagine how a scientist would think about this. They would ask, what is the maximum plausible size for an ectothermic constrictor in this environment, given temperature, prey availability, and human pressure? They would model energy needs. They would model feeding frequency. They would model movement costs. They would compare to known snakes. They would look at fossil evidence and climate reconstructions. They would try to find a size range that fits reality. And that size range might still be terrifying, but it would be grounded. Now, imagine the snake itself living within that range. It spends most of its time in water. It moves slowly and rarely. It feeds on large prey, but not too large. It digests in deep hidden pools. It avoids humans. It reproduces infrequently. It lives a long time. It stays alive not by being unstoppable, but by being careful. That is the body problem solved in behaviour. Now, there is one more piece we should consider before moving forward. If Titanoboa never truly went extinct, then there must be more than one. A single animal can't keep a lineage alive. So there must be a breeding population, even if it is small and scattered. That means there must be juveniles. And juveniles would be easier to find because they would be smaller and more active. They would hunt more frequently. They would move more. They would be more likely to be seen. This creates an interesting possibility. If a Titanoboa-like lineage exists, the first confirmed evidence might not be a full-grown giant. It might be a juvenile. A too large young snake caught by fishermen. A strange snake found near a village after floods. A snake that looks like an anaconda, but with unusual features. A snake that is big enough to be alarming, but small enough to be captured. That is often how hidden animals become known. The young appear first, and once that happens, everything changes. Because once you have a body, not just a story, science can do what it does best. Measure, sequence DNA, compare anatomy, confirm or deny. So the body problem leads us into the next part naturally. Could it breed? If it can stay alive, it must also reproduce. It must lay eggs or give birth. It must raise a hidden population that persists. So the next step is to imagine the breeding side of this survival. Where would it nest or give birth? How many young would survive? What would a hidden population look like in the modern world? And what signs would it leave? Because a creature can hide as an individual, but a population always leaves patterns. Alright. Now we get to the question that decides whether this is a single strange survivor story or a living reality. Could it breed? because a lone giant animal is a fascinating idea, but it doesn't last. It becomes a legend for a few years, maybe a few decades if it's lucky, and then it dies, and the story fades. A lineage is different. A lineage means continuity. It means young. It means multiple individuals spread across a landscape. It means a population that can survive accidents, disease, and bad years. So if Titanoboa never truly went extinct, then somewhere in the modern world there has to be reproduction happening. Quietly, repeatedly, and successfully enough that the line never breaks. And the moment you start thinking about reproduction, the story becomes less about one monster in one swamp and more about a hidden network of life. Because breeding requires certain things. It requires time. It requires safety. It requires energy. It requires the right conditions. It requires places where young can survive. And those requirements shape behaviour in ways that can leave clues, even if no one ever sees the adults. So let's start with the basics. Modern large constrictor snakes reproduce either by laying eggs or giving live birth, depending on the species. Anacondas, for example, give live birth. Pythons lay eggs and sometimes guard them. We don't have Titanoboa alive to check its exact method. But if we imagine a Titanoboa-like descendant living in South American wetlands, it would likely have reproductive traits similar to other large boas, meaning live birth is a strong possibility. Live birth makes sense in a wet environment. Eggs can be vulnerable to flooding, predation, and temperature instability. Live birth allows the mother to carry the developing young internally, protecting them until they are ready to survive on their own. So in this scenario, we can imagine a female Titanoboa-like snake carrying her young through a season, moving less, feeding carefully, staying hidden. That alone changes how the animal would behave during breeding periods. A pregnant female would be heavier and slower. She would be more cautious. She would avoid risky prey. She would avoid long journeys. She would choose safe, deep water and dense cover. This would make her even harder to see. Now let's talk about mating. Large snakes don't mate in the way mammals do. There's no pair bonding, no long courtship. It's usually seasonal and driven by chemical signals. Females release pheromones, males track them. Sometimes multiple males compete. If Titanoboa-like snakes exist, mating would likely happen during a certain time of year when conditions are favourable. In tropical wetlands, seasons are often defined by wet and dry periods rather than temperature changes, so breeding could be linked to flood cycles. During the wet season, the world expands. Water spreads into forests, new habitats open, prey disperses, travel becomes easier. During the dry season, water retreats, life concentrates, hunting becomes easier. Either season could be important depending on the snake's strategy. Mating might happen when travel is easiest, during floods, because males can move through waterways to find females. Or it might happen when prey is abundant and concentrated, because energy demands are high. Either way, breeding would create movement. Males searching for females would travel more than usual. That increases the chance of encounters. So if a Titanoboa-like lineage exists, some of the most impossible sightings might occur during breeding season, when normally hidden animals are moving. Now, what would the young be like? This is where the story becomes very real. Because young snakes are not tiny, helpless babies. They are fully formed predators from the start. They can hunt small prey immediately. They're independent. But they are also vulnerable. They can be eaten by birds, caimans, larger snakes, jaguars, even fish in some cases. They can die from dehydration, starvation, injury, or disease. So for a hidden population to persist, enough young must survive. That means the environment must provide two things at once: abundant small prey, and enough hiding places. Tropical wetlands have both. Young snakes could hunt fish in shallow water. They could hunt frogs, small mammals, birds. They could hide in root systems, vegetation mats, burrows, under fallen logs, in flooded forest debris. So the survival of young is plausible. But here is the important part. If young exist, then signs exist. Not the kind of signs people expect, like giant tracks or huge shed skins, but smaller signs that might be noticed more often. A fisherman might catch a juvenile snake in a net. A young snake might be found near a village after floods. A young snake might be killed by a dog and then examined by someone who notices it looks unusual. A young snake might be captured and sold illegally because exotic animals attract attention. This is one of the biggest dangers to a hidden lineage. Humans are not just dangerous because they fear large predators. Humans are dangerous because they collect rare things. If a juvenile Titanoboa-like snake looks different enough to be interesting, it might be taken, it might be photographed, it might be sold, it might disappear into private collections, and if that happened, the first hard proof of the lineage might not come from a scientist in the jungle, it might come from an animal in captivity. That's not a pleasant thought, but it's realistic. Now, let's consider nesting and birthing sites. Even with live birth, females would likely choose specific safe areas to give birth. Places with cover, places with stable temperature, places with fewer predators. In wetlands, that might mean dense floating vegetation mats, where the young can immediately hide and hunt small fish. It might mean shallow flooded forest areas with many roots and hiding spaces. It might mean remote swamp pockets with minimal disturbance. These sites would be hard to find, but they would exist. Now, how many young would a large snake have? In modern large constrictors, litter sizes can be quite large. Anacondas can have dozens of young in one birth. A Titanoboa-like snake, being larger, could potentially have a large litter, but larger litter size also requires more energy. The mother must be healthy enough to support it. If the population is small and survival is difficult, the species might produce fewer young but invest more in each one, meaning larger newborns with better survival chances. Or it might produce many young expecting high mortality, which is common in reptiles. Either strategy could work. Now imagine the young themselves. A newborn Titanoboa-like snake might already be several feet long, not the size of a pencil, something that looks like a real snake, a real predator right away. If a person found one, they would not think baby snake. They would think, that is already too big. And that's important because it would create stories. A child sees a snake in shallow water and runs screaming. Adults arrive and kill it. They measure it roughly, it's 8 feet long and it looks young. Someone says, if that's a young one, what do the adults look like? That question becomes a whisper that spreads. Now, for a population to remain hidden, it must be rare. Not necessarily critically rare, but sparse enough that encounters are uncommon. That means large territories, low density, individuals spread out across a wide area. This fits with the idea of a super predator. Large predators are rarely packed together. They need space, they need prey, they avoid competition, so a Titanoboa-like population could exist as a scattered network across remote wetlands, with individuals rarely encountering humans. But breeding requires that individuals still find each other. How would they do that in such a huge environment? Chemical cues. Snakes are excellent at sensing chemical trails. They can track pheromones. They can follow scent trails across water edges and vegetation. A female could release pheromones during breeding season, and males could travel long distances to find her. This would allow a low-density population to still reproduce. Now here's another factor, genetic health. A population that is too small becomes inbred. That can reduce survival and fertility over time, so for the lineage to persist for thousands of years, it must have enough individuals and enough movement between subpopulations to maintain genetic diversity. This suggests that if Titanoboa-like snakes exist, they are not confined to one tiny swamp. They are spread across a connected network of habitats. Rivers and wetlands provide connectivity. Animals can move along waterways. Over time, individuals can disperse and mix. This is one reason why large river basins are such powerful refuges for hidden species. They are big, connected, and full of places to disappear. Now let's talk about the evidence breeding would leave. Shed skins are one possibility. Snakes shed their skin periodically as they grow. Large snakes shed large skins. These can be found caught on vegetation or washed up on banks. If a Titanoboa-like snake shed a skin, it would be impressive. But skins degrade quickly in wet environments. They tear, they rot, they get eaten by insects. So finding a full intact shed skin would be rare, but fragments could exist. A fisherman might find a piece of shed skin tangled in reeds and think it belongs to an anaconda. They might not keep it. They might throw it away. A researcher might find one and preserve it, and later realise it doesn't match known species. That could be a clue. Another sign is feeding patterns. A breeding population means repeated predation events over time. If large prey disappear in certain areas consistently, that suggests more than one predator. One giant snake could explain occasional disappearances. Multiple snakes could explain a pattern. Another sign is juvenile encounters. If people occasionally find young snakes that seem too large or unusual, that suggests reproduction. Another sign is the ripple effect on prey behaviour, especially if it appears across multiple regions, not just one. Now, let's imagine what a scientist would do if they suspected a breeding population. They would look for juveniles. Not because juveniles are easier to capture, but because juveniles are easier to detect. They move more. They hunt more frequently. They are less cautious. They are more likely to end up in nets, traps, or near human settlements. Scientists might set up surveys during flood season, when young animals are displaced. They might sample water for eDNA in nursery-like habitats, shallow sheltered areas where young snakes might hunt. They might interview locals about sightings of small big snakes, the ones that are too large to be normal juveniles. They might look for patterns in where these reports occur. If those patterns match certain wetland types, that could point to breeding sites. Now, here's where the story becomes tense but quietly. Because if science finds evidence of breeding, then the question changes from, is it real, to, what do we do about it? A living Titanoboa-like lineage would be a biological treasure. It would be one of the most significant zoological discoveries in modern history. It would also be a conservation nightmare. Because the moment the world knows, people will come. Tourists, hunters, collectors, filmmakers, people who want proof, people who want a trophy, people who want to be the first. The habitat would be disturbed, the animals would be stressed, encounters would increase. So in a strange way, the best chance for a hidden population to survive is for it to remain unconfirmed, which is uncomfortable, because humans want answers. Now, let's imagine a realistic scenario where evidence begins to accumulate. A research team collects eDNA samples from multiple wetlands. In one region, they find a genetic signal that doesn't match known anacondas. They return. They sample again. The signal appears again. They set up cameras. They capture images of a large snake, but the size is hard to judge. Then, during a flood season, a juvenile snake is found near a village. It is unusually large. It is captured by locals. A wildlife officer hears about it and contacts researchers. The researchers arrive quickly. They examine it. They take measurements. They take DNA samples. They compare it to known species. The DNA does not match. Now they have something real. Not a full Titanoboa, not a massive adult, but a living animal that suggests a hidden lineage. That would be the beginning of confirmation. But even then, the adult population could remain hidden. Because adults are careful. Adults are rare. Adults have survived long enough to avoid humans. Now, let's think about what a hidden population would look like in practice. It would not be hundreds of giant snakes packed into one swamp. It would be a handful of large adults spread across a wide region. Some might be enormous. Some might be only moderately larger than known anacondas. There would be variation. There would be juveniles in sheltered areas. There would be seasonal movement during breeding periods. There would be occasional encounters, but most of the time, the population would exist as absence, as the missing piece in the ecosystem, as the reason certain banks feel empty, as the reason some Cayman pools never seem to stay full, as the reason locals avoid certain channels without being able to explain it in a way outsiders accept. Now, we can carry this forward smoothly, because once you accept that a breeding population could exist, the next question is what happens when this hidden predator interacts with the other apex animals of the wetlands. Because it would not be alone. It would share its world with jaguars and caimans and large snakes that already exist. And when apex predators overlap, you get tension. Not constant fighting, but competition. Territory, avoidance, occasional violent encounters. So from here, it makes sense to step into that world of rivalries, where the swamp becomes a chessboard of predators, each one strong, each one cautious, each one trying to stay alive in a place that does not forgive mistakes. Alright, now we step into a world that already has its own rulers, because the wetlands of South America are not gentle places. They are full of predators that are strong, experienced, and perfectly designed for their jobs. Jaguars that move like shadows, caimans that float like silent traps, large constrictor snakes that can turn a struggle into stillness in seconds. So if a Titanoboa-like predator exists today, it wouldn't arrive in an empty kingdom. It would arrive in a crowded one, and that changes everything. Because apex predators don't just coexist peacefully in the same space without consequences. They overlap, they compete, they avoid each other, and sometimes they clash. Most of the time the rivalry is quiet. It's about who gets which hunting grounds, who controls which water edges, who feeds without injury. But when animals at the top of the food chain meet, the stakes are always high. A fight between herbivores can be loud and dramatic, but it rarely ends in death. A fight between apex predators can end in one mistake that becomes fatal. So in a world where Titanoboa never truly went extinct, the wetlands would be shaped not just by its presence, but by the way it interacts with other predators. Let's start with the jaguar. The jaguar is one of the most powerful big cats in the world relative to its size. It has a stocky build, strong muscles, and a bite that is famous for its ability to pierce skulls and shells. Jaguars hunt a wide range of prey, including capybaras, deer, tapirs, and even caimans. They are also comfortable near water. Unlike many cats, jaguars swim. They hunt along riverbanks. They enter flooded forests. They are not afraid of wet ground. In many wetland regions, the jaguar is the dominant land predator, but it is still a land-based animal. It breathes air constantly. It relies on stealth through vegetation. It hunts by ambush, but it needs solid ground to launch and control a kill. Now, imagine the jaguar's world if a Titanoboa-like snake exists. Suddenly, the water is not just hunting ground, it is contested territory. A jaguar might still hunt near water, but it would become more cautious about where it steps, where it swims, and where it drags prey. Because a giant snake is not just a competitor, it is also a hazard. A jaguar can kill an anaconda sometimes, but even then it's risky. A large snake can injure a cat. It can wrap and hold, it can drown, it can bite and hold on. A Titanoboa-like snake would be even more dangerous. So jaguars would likely avoid direct confrontations unless forced. This means rivalry would play out mostly through avoidance and territory shifts. A jaguar might abandon a certain channel if it repeatedly senses something large there. It might hunt more on drier ground. It might choose different prey. It might change its movement patterns. That alone would have ripple effects because jaguars influence prey behavior strongly. If jaguars shift away from certain zones, prey animals might use those zones more, unless the snake also hunts there. So the wetlands would become a patchwork of predator zones, areas dominated by different threats. Now, could a jaguar ever kill a Titanoboa-like snake? It's possible, but it would depend on size. If the snake is young or moderately large, a jaguar might kill it by biting the head or neck region. Jaguars are efficient killers. They aim for the skull. They have the strength to pierce bone. But if the snake is fully grown and truly enormous, the jaguar's advantage shrinks. A jaguar is strong, but it is still limited by its own body size. It cannot overpower something that outweighs it by several times without taking a huge risk. So the jaguar might treat the largest individuals as something to avoid, not something to hunt. That changes the hierarchy. The jaguar remains dominant on land, but in the water-heavy zones, the snake becomes the deeper threat. Now, let's talk about caimans and crocodilians. In South America, the largest crocodilian is the black caiman, which can grow quite large. There are also other caiman species. These animals are ambush predators that hunt fish, mammals, birds, and reptiles. They are built for water. They can stay still for long periods. They have armoured bodies and powerful jaws. They are also territorial, so if a giant snake exists, it would overlap with caimans heavily. Both hunt near water edges. Both ambush. Both can take similar prey. Both can remain hidden. This is where rivalry becomes intense. But it's not constant fighting. It's more like a silent negotiation through presence. If a black caiman controls a certain pool, smaller predators avoid it. Fish behave differently. Birds choose different landing sites. If a giant snake controls a certain channel, caimans might avoid it, or they might remain but stay cautious. Now, could a caiman kill a giant snake? A large caiman could kill a snake if it gets a good bite. The jaws are powerful. A bite to the head or mid-body could cause fatal injury, but snakes have advantages too. A snake can strike quickly. It can wrap. It can constrict. It can drown prey. It can attack from angles that avoid the jaws. So the outcome depends on who gets the first effective move. In a direct confrontation, it could go either way. But most of the time, both animals would avoid unnecessary fights. This is important. Apex predators survive by not getting hurt. So instead of constant battles, you would see spatial separation. Caimans might dominate certain open water zones. The snake might dominate certain vegetated, enclosed or flooded forest zones. They might overlap occasionally, but not constantly. Now, let's talk about the existing large snakes, because this rivalry would also include them. Green anacondas are already powerful aquatic constrictors. They are among the heaviest snakes in the world. They hunt in similar habitats. If a Titanoboa-like lineage exists, it could compete with anacondas. But competition doesn't necessarily mean fighting. It could mean displacement. A larger predator can push a smaller predator into less ideal habitat simply by taking the best hunting zones. Anacondas might avoid certain channels where the giant snake is active. They might shift to smaller tributaries, different pools, different prey. This could reduce anaconda growth potential in those areas. It could change their distribution. Now, could the giant snake eat an anaconda? It's possible. Large snakes can eat other snakes, but it might not be common because it's not always energy efficient. Still, if an anaconda is in the wrong place at the wrong time, it could become prey. This would add another layer of fear into the predator world because now even predators have something to avoid. Now, let's consider scavengers and opportunists. In ecosystems with multiple apex predators, kills are not always clean. Sometimes one predator kills and another steals. This is called kleptoparasitism. It happens with lions and hyenas, wolves and bears, and it could happen here too. A jaguar might kill a capybara near water and drag it into cover. If the giant snake senses the movement, it might approach and attempt to take the carcass. A caiman might catch a large fish and lose it to a snake in shallow water. A snake might kill a caiman and be disturbed by a jaguar arriving to investigate. These interactions would be tense, because each predator is capable of injuring the other. So the wetlands become a place of constant calculation. Now, here is where the rivalry becomes a battle, but not in the dramatic sense. It's a battle of timing. Who hunts at dawn? Who hunts at dusk? Who hunts at night? Who rests when? Who uses open water? Who uses dense vegetation? A Titanoboa-like snake would likely be most active during low light and night, when it can move unseen. Jaguars are also active at night, but they rely on sight and stealth. Caimans are active at night too, but they are often visible as glowing eyes on the surface, so nighttime becomes crowded. To reduce conflict, each predator might shift slightly. The snake might favour deeper vegetated channels. The jaguar might favour banks and forest edges. The caiman might favour open pools. These shifts reduce direct encounters, but they also shape prey behaviour, because prey must now avoid multiple threats in different zones. Now let's imagine a rare direct clash. A jaguar is hunting along a flooded forest edge. It sees a capybara near water. It moves silently. It strikes. It kills quickly. It begins to drag the carcass away from the water because jaguars often avoid losing kills to scavengers or other predators. But the ground is muddy and the carcass is heavy. The jaguar pauses to adjust its grip. In that moment, the water near the carcass shifts. A thick curve of dark body appears. The jaguar freezes. It lifts its head. Its ears tilt forward. It growls softly, not loud, but warning. The snake does not rush. It moves slowly, confidently, as if it knows the jaguar's position and doesn't care. The jaguar backs away a step, not because it is weak, but because it is smart. It knows that one wrong move could bring coils around its legs. It knows that water is not its advantage. So it gives up the kill. It watches as the snake takes the carcass into the water, disappearing with it. The jaguar leaves, hungry and irritated, but alive. This kind of interaction would be rare, but it would shape jaguar behaviour. A jaguar that loses a kill to a giant snake will remember. It will avoid hunting too close to certain water edges. It will drag kills farther inland. It will change its tactics. Now imagine a clash with a caiman. A black caiman is floating in a pool. It is large, confident. It has dominated this area for years. A giant snake enters the pool through a narrow channel. It moves under vegetation, barely visible. The caiman senses movement. It turns slightly. The snake approaches from the side. The caiman snaps, jaws closing on water, missing. The snake coils, wrapping around the caiman's midsection. The caiman thrashes, tail slamming water. The pool erupts with noise, but the snake holds. In shallow water, the caiman cannot dive deep enough to escape. The snake tightens. Eventually, the thrashing slows. The pool becomes still again. This would be a massive event in the ecosystem. Other caimans would avoid that pool afterward. Scavengers might gather. Fish behaviour might change. But again, it would not happen often. It would be risky. The snake could be injured by a bite. The caiman could be too large to swallow. The snake might abandon the kill. So most of the time the rivalry would be quieter. Now, think about what this rivalry does to the wetlands as a whole. It creates zones of influence. Some zones feel like jaguar territory. You see tracks on banks. You hear calls at night. You find carcasses dragged into cover. Some zones feel like caiman territory. You see eyes reflecting light. You hear splashes. You see trails in mud. Some zones feel like snake territory. You don't see much at all. You just feel that something large could be there, because the water is too calm, the banks are too quiet. The prey animals stay back. If Titanoboa exists, it becomes the invisible zone maker. Now, this rivalry also affects human encounters. Humans often judge danger by what they can see. They see caimans, so they avoid certain waters. They see jaguar tracks, so they avoid certain trails. But the giant snake, if it is there, is harder to see. So humans might enter its zone without realizing it. That makes it more dangerous, not because the snake is actively hunting humans, but because humans are not adapting their behavior to avoid it. Local people might adapt through stories and warnings. Outsiders might not. So apex rivalries don't just reshape ecosystems, they reshape risk landscapes for humans too. Now, we can carry this forward smoothly, because once you have a hidden super predator living among other apex predators, and once human activity increases, the next stage is inevitable. Modern chaos. Farms expand. Roads cut into wetlands. Boats travel deeper. Cameras appear everywhere. People bring flashlights and drones. Livestock becomes prey. Encounters become more frequent. And in that world, the rivalry is no longer just between predators. It becomes between the ancient and the modern, between a creature built for silence and a world that is getting louder every year. Alright, now the wetlands get louder, not all at once, and not everywhere. There are still places that remain quiet and remote, places where the forest and water are still in control. But along the edges, and then slowly deeper inside, modern life pushes in. A road appears where there used to be only mud and roots. A small settlement becomes a larger one. A boat with a motor replaces a canoe. A fence line cuts across land that used to flood freely. A ranch expands its grazing area closer to the water. And in a world where Titanoboa never truly went extinct, this modern chaos doesn't just change the human experience of the wetlands, it changes the rules of survival for the animal itself. Because the snake we've been imagining survives by being quiet, by being rare, by being patient, by moving through water like it belongs there and leaving as little trace as possible. Modern chaos is the opposite of that. Modern chaos is noise. It is light. It is constant disturbance. It is the kind of pressure that doesn't just threaten an animal directly, but makes its entire way of life harder. So let's take this step by step, because the changes come in layers. First, farms. Farms and ranches create edges. They create boundaries between wild habitat and human habitat. And edges are strange places. They attract animals because they often provide food, but they also expose animals because humans are nearby. If a Titanoboa-like predator exists, farms create temptation. Livestock is large prey. It is slow. It is predictable. It often stays near water. Calves are especially vulnerable. They wander. They get separated. They drink at the edge. They panic easily. From the snake's perspective, a calf is a big meal that doesn't fight like a caiman and doesn't run like a deer. But from the snake's survival perspective, livestock is also a trap. Because the moment livestock starts disappearing, humans respond. They don't respond like prey animals, they respond like planners, they patrol, they set lights, they bring dogs, they shoot, they set bait, they build fences, they watch. So farms don't just create prey, they create consequences. Now, if the snake is careful, it might avoid farms entirely. But even a careful predator can be forced into risky choices if habitat shrinks, prey shifts, or drought concentrates animals into fewer water sources. This is where modern chaos begins to increase collisions. Not car collisions yet, life collisions. The snake's territory overlaps with human land use more often. Now, roads. Roads are one of the most disruptive things humans build in wild ecosystems because they do more than provide access. They divide habitat, they change water flow, they bring vehicles, people, noise, and permanent disturbance. In wetland regions, roads often require raised ground, bridges, culverts, drainage changes. That can alter flood patterns. Flood patterns matter because wetlands depend on them. If flooding is disrupted, fish spawning changes, plant communities shift, prey distributions change, predators follow, so roads can indirectly reshape the entire food web. For a Titanoboa-like predator, roads create two problems. The first is fragmentation. If the snake relies on connected waterways, a road can block movement, or force movement into narrower crossings where humans can observe. The second is risk. Snakes cross roads sometimes. Large snakes do it too, especially during floods when water pushes them into new routes. A huge snake crossing a road would be an event. Even if it happens at night, someone might see it in headlights. Someone might hit it. Someone might stop and film it. Someone might shoot it. This is one of the most realistic ways a hidden giant animal could be revealed. Not by science, not by a perfect camera trap, but by a sudden moment on a road. Because roads force wildlife into the open. Now let's talk about cameras, because cameras change the entire dynamic of secrecy. For most of history, an encounter was private. Two people see something strange. They tell others. The story spreads. It changes. It becomes legend. But now, an encounter can become a video within seconds, and not just one video, 10 videos, different angles, different people, different times. This is what makes modern chaos dangerous for a hidden animal. Even if the animal is never captured, being filmed clearly even once changes everything. Because once the world sees a giant snake that doesn't match known species, the story is no longer a whisper. It becomes a headline. And headlines bring attention. Now, the problem is that cameras don't always help. They can create confusion too. A blurry video can be argued over forever. A shaky clip can be dismissed. A photo can be called fake. So you might think the animal could still remain hidden because proof is always questionable. But the real danger isn't public belief. The real danger is local response. If people living near the wetlands believe the animal is real, even without perfect proof, they will act. They will hunt it. They will protect livestock. They will avoid certain areas. They will set traps. They will change behaviour in ways that increase encounters. So cameras don't just document, they influence. Now let's talk about drones. Drones are increasingly used by researchers, tourists, and local authorities. They fly over wetlands, they scan for animals, they film rivers and open water. Drones can't see under canopy, but they can see open areas, river edges, sandbars, and exposed banks. A giant snake basking on a bank could be spotted by a drone. A large disturbance trail through floating vegetation could be spotted. A snake moving through shallow open water could be filmed. And drones have another effect. They disturb animals. A buzzing drone overhead can cause wildlife to flee. Birds scatter, mammals move, even reptiles can react. A cautious giant snake might retreat deeper into cover if it hears unfamiliar buzzing. So drones increase detection potential, but also increase disturbance. Now consider the spread of artificial light. In many rural wetland areas, nights used to be truly dark. The moon, the stars, maybe a small fire. Now there are headlights, flashlights, boat lights, floodlights on farms, lights from settlements. Light changes animal behaviour. Some animals avoid lit areas. Some are attracted to insects around lights. Predators may exploit that. A Titanoboa-like predator likely prefers darkness. Darkness helps it hunt and hide. So increased light along water edges could push it away from certain zones or force it to hunt in deeper, darker channels. This could reduce its access to certain prey, especially livestock, which often stays near lit areas. So modern chaos can actually create a barrier, not a trap. But barriers create pressure too, because the animal's usable habitat shrinks. Now let's talk about noise and vibration. Motorboats are common in many river regions now. They create vibration in the water. They create constant disturbance. A snake senses vibration. It can detect movement through water and ground. If boat traffic increases, the snake might avoid main channels and stick to side channels and flooded forest areas. That helps it stay hidden, but it also concentrates it into narrower spaces. And narrow spaces increase the chance of sudden close encounters. A canoe enters a side channel to avoid the main river traffic. The canoe is quiet. The people think it's safer, but the side channel is exactly where the snake is. That's how collisions happen. Not because anyone is looking for trouble, but because everyone is making practical choices that overlap. Now, habitat loss. Deforestation and land conversion reduce forest cover. That affects humidity, temperature, prey distribution, and water quality. If forest cover is reduced, water heats differently. Flood cycles change. Vegetation mats may become less stable. Fish populations shift. Prey species move. A Titanoboa-like predator depends on stable wetland systems. Habitat loss destabilizes those systems. This could reduce the snake's ability to survive, forcing it to move more, hunt more aggressively, or take riskier prey. Riskier behaviour increases encounters. Now consider pollution. Mining runoff, agricultural chemicals, plastic waste, oil contamination. These affect fish and amphibians first, then move up the food chain. A giant predator at the top can accumulate toxins over time. That can affect health and reproduction. So modern chaos doesn't just threaten the snake by exposing it, it can weaken it silently. A weakened predator might make mistakes. It might hunt closer to humans because wild prey is reduced. It might fail to digest properly. It might become more visible. Now, let's talk about direct collisions. There are a few types. The road collision is the most obvious. Imagine a truck driver on a rural road at night. The rain has just stopped. The road is wet. Headlights reflect off puddles. Ahead, something is stretched across the road. At first, it looks like a fallen tree, but then the headlights reveal scales. The driver brakes. The vehicle skids slightly. The shape moves. It is not a normal snake. It is thick, heavy, slow. The driver stops and stares. He grabs his phone. He films. The snake tries to cross, but it is too slow. It is exposed. Another vehicle arrives. More lights, more people. Someone shouts. Someone throws a rock. Someone runs closer. The snake thrashes, not in attack, but in panic. It slides off the road into a ditch and disappears into flooded vegetation. The video goes online, people argue, but locally people start looking. Now a boat collision. A motorboat travels fast through a narrow channel. The driver isn't expecting obstacles. The water is dark. Vegetation is thick. The boat hits something, not a log, something that moves. The boat jolts. People shout. The engine sputters. In the water, a massive body rolls, pushing a wave against the boat. Someone sees a head briefly, then it vanishes. The boat backs away quickly. Later the story spreads. People say a giant snake attacked them, but the reality might be simpler. The boat hit the snake, and the snake reacted. Modern chaos creates accidents that look like attacks. Now, livestock collisions. A rancher finds a cow dead near water, not eaten by jaguars, not torn, just gone in a strange way or dragged into mud. They call others. They search. They find a wide trail leading into reeds. They follow it and see disturbed vegetation and water movement. They fire into the water. Nothing appears. But now the ranchers are armed and alert. The next time a large snake is seen, they won't hesitate. So modern chaos creates a feedback loop of fear and retaliation. Now, consider the role of social media and news. In the past, a story stayed local. Now, a story can become global in hours. A blurry video of a huge snake becomes a trending topic. People make jokes. People make fake versions. People argue. But in the middle of that noise, the real consequence is that attention increases. Tourists arrive hoping to see it. Local authorities feel pressure to respond. Researchers feel pressure to confirm or deny. Poachers see an opportunity. And the animal, if it exists, becomes less safe. Now, imagine how a government might respond. If there are repeated reports of a giant dangerous predator, officials might consider public safety. They might warn people. They might restrict access to certain areas. They might increase patrols. Or in some cases, they might quietly remove the animal to avoid panic. That is a harsh reality. Public safety often outweighs wildlife protection when fear is high. So the existence of a Titanoboa-like predator would put officials in a difficult position. Do you protect the animal, or do you protect people and livestock? Now here's another kind of modern chaos. Scientific attention. Once evidence becomes strong enough, research teams arrive. They bring equipment. They bring boats. They bring drones. They bring cameras. They set up camps. Even if they mean well, they disturb the habitat. They move through channels. They leave scent. They create noise. A cautious animal might retreat deeper, but if the animal is already pressured by habitat loss and human expansion, it may have fewer safe places left. So even science can become part of the chaos. Now, let's imagine a realistic moment where modern chaos produces a near confirmation. A wildlife ranger receives multiple reports from local fishermen about an unusually large snake in a certain flooded forest region. The ranger is skeptical but concerned because livestock has gone missing and people are avoiding the area. the ranger contacts a small research team. They decide to investigate. They set up cameras along a narrow bank where trails through floating vegetation have been seen. They collect eDNA samples. They place motion sensors. They leave. 2 nights later, one camera records something. At first, it's just darkness and insects. Then a thick curve slides into frame. It is not a quick movement. It is slow, heavy, deliberate. The body fills most of the frame. The scale pattern is visible. The thickness is beyond normal. The camera shakes slightly as the animal passes, not because it touched the camera, but because the ground and vegetation shift under its weight. Then it's gone. The footage is clear enough to show size relative to known objects, clear enough to show it is not a normal anaconda, not enough to give a full measurement, but enough to make denial harder. Now the question becomes urgent. What happens next? Because modern chaos does not allow quiet mysteries to stay quiet for long. Once you have footage like that, someone will leak it, someone will share it, someone will talk. And then the story moves into its next phase. The moment when proof begins to appear and the world reacts. Not with calm curiosity, but with a rush. A rush to see it, to name it, to capture it, to protect it, to kill it, to profit from it. So from here, the next part is the big reveal. Not necessarily the snake rising out of water in full view, but the reveal of evidence that can't be ignored. The moment when the hidden predator stops being a whisper and becomes a fact, and the wetlands, already strained by modern chaos, suddenly become the centre of attention for the entire world. All right, this is the moment everyone imagines, not always calmly, not always kindly. Because proof is a strange thing. People say they want it, but what they really want is the feeling that comes with it. The shock, the certainty, the rush of being right, the thrill of watching something impossible become real. And if Titanoboa never truly went extinct, then proof would not arrive gently. It wouldn't arrive like a museum exhibit being unveiled with polite applause. It would arrive like a disturbance, like a wave. Because the moment proof appears, the wetlands stop being a faraway place of whispers and local warnings. They become a global stage, and that is dangerous for everyone involved. So let's imagine how proof would actually appear in the modern world, in the most realistic way. Not the perfect cinematic reveal, not the giant snake rising out of a river in front of a helicopter camera. Real proof is usually messy. It shows up in pieces, and then suddenly those pieces become too heavy to ignore. The first kind of proof would likely be visual but not perfect. A camera trap image that is too clear to dismiss, a video from a ranger's body camera, a drone clip that shows a massive body moving through shallow water with enough scale references to make arguments pointless. Something where you can pause the frame and see details, not a blur, not a shadow. Scales, thickness, proportions. And this time it's not one clip, it's 2, then 3, different angles, different days, different locations in the same wetland region. Now people can't say it's a log. They can't say it's a trick of perspective. They can't say it's one edited video. They can still argue about the exact size, but they can't argue about the existence of a very large snake. At first, the reaction would be predictable. Online, people would explode, some would be excited, some would be terrified, some would make jokes, some would insist it's fake anyway, because denial is a habit. But the important reaction would not happen online. It would happen locally, because the people living near the wetlands would not see this as entertainment. They would see it as confirmation of something they already suspected. And confirmation changes behaviour fast. Boats stop going into certain channels. Parents keep children away from the water. Ranchers arm themselves and patrol more aggressively. Tour guides start offering giant snake trips. People who used to laugh stop laughing. Now, science reacts next. Researchers would move quickly, but not with chaos, with urgency and procedure. They would want a physical sample, Because photos and videos are powerful, but biology demands more. DNA, a shed skin, a scale, a tooth, a carcass, anything that can be analysed and compared. And this is where the wetlands become a tension point, because collecting physical proof is hard in a place that destroys evidence. Water washes things away, heat breaks things down, insects consume, fungi spreads, scavengers clean. So researchers would rush to the region with equipment designed for rapid sampling. They would bring boats, coolers, sterile containers, field labs, sequencing kits, satellite phones. They would coordinate with local authorities and wildlife agencies. They would set up a perimeter around the hot zone, the area where the animal has been repeatedly recorded. And this is where the reveal becomes more than scientific. It becomes political. Because if an unknown giant predator exists, the government will want control over the narrative. Not necessarily out of evil intent, but out of fear of panic, fear of tourism chaos, fear of accidents, fear of lawsuits, fear of international attention. So official statements would likely be cautious. We are investigating reports of an unusually large snake. We urge the public to avoid the area. We're working with experts. No one says Titanoboa yet, because saying Titanoboa is like lighting a match. Now meanwhile, the media arrives, and media attention does what it always does. It turns complexity into a headline. Prehistoric monster snake found alive. Titanoboa returns. Scientists stunned. Deadly giant snake terrorizes villages. Some headlines would be excited. Some would be fear-based, some would be completely wrong, and the swamp itself would not care. The swamp would continue being wet and quiet and indifferent. But the humans would become louder. Now the big reveal would probably reach its true peak when a physical sample is obtained. The most likely physical proof is not capturing a full adult. That would be extremely difficult and dangerous. The most likely physical proof is a shed skin or a juvenile. A shed skin could be collected, preserved and measured. The scale pattern could be examined. DNA could be extracted. A juvenile could be captured accidentally in a fishing net or found after floods near a settlement. Once a juvenile is in hand, science can confirm quickly whether it is a known species or something else. Now imagine that moment. A researcher in a field lab, under a tarp roof surrounded by humid air and buzzing insects, holds a sample tube. They run a DNA test. They compare it to databases. They expect it to match known anacondas, but it doesn't. It comes back as something different, not just a small variation, something that doesn't fit. Now the room gets quiet, not because people are scared, but because this is the moment when the world changes. Because now it is no longer maybe, now it is yes. There is a lineage of giant constrictors that is not accounted for in modern classification. Whether it is directly Titanoboa or a descendant or a related branch, the point is the same. Something has survived. Now, the next step would be naming. Science loves naming, but naming is not just a label, it is a claim. To name a new species, you need formal description, you need measurements, you need comparisons, you need a type specimen. And this is where ethics enters the room. Because to have a type specimen historically, science often collected and preserved a physical body. But in modern conservation ethics, killing a rare, potentially endangered animal for classification would be controversial. So researchers would face a dilemma. Do they attempt to capture and tag a living adult and gather enough data without killing it? Or do they take a specimen, risking outrage and possibly harming a fragile population? This debate would not be theoretical, it would be immediate, and it would be watched by the world. Now, while science debates, other forces move faster. Tourism. The moment proof appears, people will come. Some will come with respect, hoping to glimpse something rare. Some will come recklessly, chasing danger for videos. Some will come with weapons, hoping to kill it and become famous. Some will come to collect skins, bones, trophies. Some will come claiming they want to protect people, but really they want a story. This is the darkest side of proof. Proof makes an animal real, and once it is real, it becomes a target. So local authorities would likely set restrictions quickly. Closed zones, checkpoints, permits required, fines, patrols. But enforcement in remote wetlands is hard. The region is huge, access is complicated, people know secret routes, boats can travel at night. So even with restrictions, pressure would increase. Now think about the animal itself during the big reveal. It does not know it has been discovered. It does not know it is trending online. It does not know governments are meeting. It does not know scientists are arguing about its name. It only knows that the swamp has changed. More boats, more vibration, more lights, more scent, more disturbance. A cautious predator would retreat. It would move deeper into cover. It would avoid open water. It would feed less, because feeding makes it vulnerable. It might travel to a quieter region, and that could create a strange effect. The moment humans finally prove it exists, it becomes harder to find. This happens with rare animals all the time. Increased attention pushes them away. So the big reveal might actually be followed by silence. No more sightings for a while. No more videos. People start doubting again. Some claim it was staged, some claim it was a one-time event, but the DNA remains, the images remain, the proof remains. Now, the next consequence is conservation. If a Titanoboa-like lineage exists, it becomes instantly important to protect its habitat. Wetlands that were previously ignored become critical. Flooded forests become protected zones. Certain river channels become off-limits. This could be good for the ecosystem, because protecting apex predators often protects everything beneath them, but it could also create conflict with local communities, because conservation restrictions can limit fishing, hunting and land use. So the reveal could create tension. People who have lived there for generations might feel controlled by outside forces. Scientists might be seen as invaders. Governments might be accused of prioritizing a snake over human livelihoods. These conflicts happen in conservation often, and they would happen here too. Now the big reveal would also reshape science itself. Researchers would revisit old reports. Old stories that were dismissed would be re-examined. Old blurry photos would be treated differently. Field notes about unusually large snake sightings would be taken seriously. Museum specimens might be rechecked. Genetic samples from old anacondas might be reanalyzed. Because once you know something exists, you start seeing its shadow everywhere. Now, think about education and culture. Children who grew up hearing whispers about a giant snake would now hear it confirmed on television. People who laughed would now pretend they always believed. Local communities might feel vindicated. The animal would become a symbol. For some, it would be a symbol of nature's resilience. For others, it would be a symbol of danger. For others, it would be a symbol of the unknown still hiding on Earth. Now, the most dramatic version of the big reveal would be an actual capture or close study of an adult. Not a permanent capture, but a controlled encounter. Imagine a research team with experienced snake handlers, working with local authorities, using large nets, tranquilizers if possible, and careful planning. They locate the snake through repeated camera sightings and eDNA signals. They approach quietly. They see it. Not just a curve, not just a wake. They see the full body stretched along a shallow bank, partially in water, partially on mud. The snake is massive, thick like a fallen tree but alive. Its skin is dark, patterned subtly. Its head is broad. Its eyes are calm. The team holds their breath. They begin the process. They restrain carefully. They measure. They take skin swabs. They take blood samples. They attach a tracking device. They release it. And then, for the first time, science has more than proof. It has data, movement patterns, habitat use, body temperature, feeding intervals, territory size. Now the animal is no longer just a legend. It is part of the known world. But that comes with a cost, because now anyone with the tracking data could find it. So the data would be guarded. There would be secrecy, restricted access, ethical agreements, and even then leaks could happen. So the big reveal is not just a moment. It is the beginning of a new era of risk. Now, here's the quiet truth. Proof does not end the story. Proof begins a different story. A story where the world has to decide what to do with something it can no longer pretend is just a rumour. Do we protect it? Do we fear it? Do we exploit it? Do we leave it alone? And those decisions would shape what happens next, because the wetlands would not return to normal after proof appears. They would remain changed. More patrols, more cameras, more attention, more conflict, and the snake, if it survives, would have to adapt again. So from here, the final part flows naturally. Not as an ending that closes the door, but as a quiet look at what it means to live in a world where something ancient is still breathing beneath the green. Because even after proof, the swamp will still be the swamp. Dark water, thick roots, mist at dawn. And somewhere in that quiet, the giant presence remains, not as a monster, not as a myth, but as a living reminder that extinction is not always as clean as we like to believe. And now, after all of that, the world doesn't suddenly become simple again. It never does. Because even if proof appears, even if cameras catch it clearly, even if DNA confirms a hidden lineage, even if scientists write papers and governments hold meetings and people argue online until they run out of breath, the wetlands still keep their own rhythm, water still rises and falls, trees still drop leaves into black channels, fish still flash under the surface and vanish. Birds still call out in the morning as if nothing has changed, and somewhere inside that green world, something heavy still moves when it needs to, and stays still when it doesn't. That's the part that's easy to forget. We talk about discovery like it's a spotlight. Like once we shine it, everything becomes visible, everything becomes understood, everything becomes safe. But the swamp doesn't work like that. Even with proof, the animal doesn't become a museum exhibit. It doesn't become a cartoon. It doesn't become a neat story that fits inside a documentary timeline. It stays what it always was. A living predator in a living ecosystem. And if Titanoboa never truly went extinct, then it has spent millions of years doing one thing very well. Staying alive. Not through drama, not through violence, through patience, through the ability to disappear, through the ability to feed and then wait, through the ability to move through water without announcing itself, through the ability to exist in a place where humans rarely look, and even when they do look, they often don't see what is right in front of them. So when people ask, what would happen if Titanoboa never went extinct? The answer is not just, we would be scared. The answer is, the wetlands would be different. Because the presence of a super predator doesn't just add danger, it adds structure, it adds pressure, it adds a quiet order that shapes everything else. It changes where animals drink, it changes where caimans gather, it changes where capybaras graze, it changes where jaguars hunt, it changes which channels feel safe and which ones feel wrong, even when they look the same. And if you've ever been somewhere wild enough, truly wild, you know that feeling. That moment when the forest is too quiet. Not peaceful quiet, watchful quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you lower your voice without thinking about it. The kind of quiet that makes you look at the water and decide you don't need to step in. That feeling is not magic. It's instinct. It's the part of you that recognizes a predator-shaped absence. Now, if a Titanoboa-like lineage exists today, it would also mean something else. It would mean that extinction is not always a clean ending. We like to think of extinction as a door closing. A species disappears, and that's that. But nature is messy. Populations shrink into corners. Animals retreat into places we don't visit. Lineages change shape and size and behaviour to survive. Sometimes they become ghosts. Not because they are dead, but because they become rare enough to feel unreal. And that is what makes the idea of a hidden Titanoboa so unsettling and so fascinating at the same time. Not the fear of being eaten, the realization that there may still be something enormous out there that doesn't care whether we believe in it. Now, imagine the wetlands at night. The air is thick, The water is dark. The surface reflects a broken patch of stars through gaps in the canopy. A caiman floats near a bank, eyes just above the surface. A capybara group rests farther back, half in water, half on muddy ground. Insects fill the air with a constant hum. Everything is alive, but nothing is rushing. And then, somewhere beneath the floating plants, something shifts. Not fast, not loud. Just a slow movement that sends a ripple outward. A ripple that disappears into the darkness. No one sees it. No one films it. No one posts it online. The swamp keeps its secret for one more night. That is the most realistic version of this story. Not a constant parade of sightings and attacks and chaos. Just a rare animal doing what it has always done, existing quietly. Now, if you think about what that would mean for humans, it becomes complicated. Some people would want it found, some would want it protected, some would want it killed, some would want to build a whole industry around it, and some, especially the people who live closest to those waters, might simply want it left alone. Because living near a wild place teaches you something quickly. Not everything needs to be touched. Not everything needs to be proven to strangers. Not everything needs to be dragged into the light. Sometimes the safest relationship with the unknown is respect and distance. Now, there's another side to this too. If such an animal exists, it would be vulnerable. Not because it is weak, but because rarity is fragile. A population that survives by being scattered and quiet can be broken by attention. A few killings, a few captures, a few years of habitat loss, a few roads cutting through the wrong places, and suddenly the hidden lineage that survived millions of years ends not because it couldn't survive nature, but because it couldn't survive us. That is the sad irony of discovery. We celebrate finding rare things, and then we rush toward them like a crowd toward a fire. So if Titanoboa never truly went extinct, the most hopeful version of this story is not that we capture it, cage it, name it, and turn it into a global attraction. The most hopeful version is that we learn enough to protect its habitat without chasing it into extinction. That we protect wetlands not because we want a giant snake, but because wetlands are valuable on their own. They store water, they support fish, they support birds, they support forests, they support human communities that rely on them, and they hold life we still don't understand. Now, maybe you're listening to this and thinking about the places on Earth that still feel untamed, places that still resist control, places where maps are incomplete and trails vanish and the water hides what it holds. If Titanoboa existed today, it would live in those places, not as a monster waiting for you, not as a creature plotting anything, just as a body doing what bodies do, breathing, moving, resting, feeding, surviving. And maybe that's the real comfort in this strange idea. Not that the world is safe, it isn't, but that the world is still alive in ways we can't fully predict. That there are still corners of the planet that hold secrets not because they are supernatural, but because they are simply difficult. Difficult to reach, difficult to see, difficult to understand. Now, as you settle in wherever you are, maybe in bed, maybe on a late drive, maybe with headphones on in a quiet room, just take a second to picture it. A wide, dark river under a canopy of leaves. A flooded forest where tree trunks rise out of water like pillars. A patch of floating plants that looks perfectly ordinary. And beneath it, a slow-moving shape that has no interest in being known. A sleeping giant beneath the green. Not a story that ends neatly. Just a presence that might still be there, long after we stop talking about it. And if you found this soothing to listen to, you can gently support the channel by liking the video, subscribing, or leaving a comment about where you're listening from tonight. For now, thank you for being here with me, and as the wetlands keep their secrets, and the water keeps moving through the roots, you can let your thoughts slow down too and rest in the idea that the world is still bigger than what we see,